Somebody's supposed to be somewhere right now.
It is 7 o'clock, so I will call the August 20th, 2025 meeting of the Whitley County Planning Commission to order. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, so I'd ask everybody stand and face the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item is a roll call vote. I'll ask staff to read that off, please.
Yes, Mr. President. Travis Baker, Chad Banks,
Here.
Dane Drew,
Here.
Brent Emerick,
Here.
Jack Green,
Here.
Thor Hodges,
Here.
Mark Johnson,
Here.
Ken Kurt Sessler,
Here.
Joe Wolf,
Here.
and John Woodmansey.
Here.
Thank you, Brent. Next item is the previous meeting's minutes from our July 16th meeting.
I move to accept the minutes. I second that.
We do have a motion and a second. May we go to a roll call vote, please?
Travis Baker, Chad Banks,
Yes.
Dane Drew,
Aye.
Jack Green,
Aye.
Thor Hodges,
Yes.
Mark Johnson,
Aye.
Ken Kurt Sessler,
Aye.
Joe Wolf, Brent Emerick.
Yes. Thank you, Brent. Next item on the agenda is the oath to witnesses. Anybody that wants to speak tonight will have that opportunity on any of these petitions. The one requirement we do have is that you do take an oath, and at this time, our legal counsel will administer that oath.
If anybody's wishing to speak tonight on any of the petitions, if you please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that any statements you make tonight before the commissioner will be the truth? If so, state I do.
I do.
Thank you, Sid.
Thank you, Liz. Seeing no old business, we will move right into new business after a couple points of clarification tonight. We will have public comment on each of our petitions. That will start, each petition will start with a staff report, which won't have a time limit. Then we will allow the petitioner to come up and explain their project. That also will not have a time limit. Once we open public comment, we do ask that if you represent a group, that you stay within a 5-minute time limit. And if you are speaking for yourself as an individual, we ask that you keep your comments to 2 minutes or less. We do have a large crowd tonight, and we want to hear what each person has to say, and also run an efficient meeting. After everyone has been able to speak, the petitioner will have 5 minutes at that time at the end for a rebuttal. And each of these petitions, we will follow those same guidelines tonight. And I think everybody can have a chance to voice their opinions. New business. Our first item will stay first, but we will shuffle a few things around on the agenda. There will be a change of leadership during this meeting. So in order to accommodate that, we are going to be moving number 4 on the agenda up into the number 2 spot, and moving number 2 and number 3 down. So
and number 5 getting bumped up to.
Of course, yes. Number 5 will be moved into the 3rd spot this evening. So if we've got that all clarified, I think we can move.
One note about people in the overflow room and
Yes.
giving them a chance to come downstairs too.
Yes, so we do have overflow rooms in different parts of the building, and we do want them to be able to come down here and speak at this podium. So if we will give a little bit of time and announce that if somebody's up there wanting to speak before a petition, that they need to be making their way down into the basement. So if If there's nothing else from staff, I think we will be ready to move on to our first agenda. What? Yes. Oh, yeah. Kim did remind me we might as well set this now at 7 o'clock, but the meeting will have a hard stop at 11 p.m. tonight. That means we hope it doesn't go that long, but we'll make that announcement now because there is a security system and some other things to consider in the building, and we want to give people adequate time to get out of here and get alarm systems set and take care of all that. So that's in the plans. We'll cut off public comment at 11 p.m. So moving on. First item in new business is 25W Subdivision 13, Sansar and Gurcharn, Pabla. May we please have a staff report, Nathan?
Sure thing. Let's see here. So we'll go to screen. So 25W SUDD 13 is a 2-lot plat to be called Tuscany Hills, located on the east side of Raber Road, just north of 800 South in Jefferson Township. The petitioner's current home is on the parent tract with an address of 7633 South Raber Road. What is being proposed is to create 2 new residential building sites and add some dedicated right-of-way along with that. Platting is due to previous splits from the 1979 parcel. These are the first 2 platted lots from the 2018 parcel, so no rezoning is required. Any additional platted lots would require rezoning. I believe he does still have a first pre-sale available too, which he may utilize without platting. So there may be one more split at some point in the future, but that's not proposed with this, of course. You can see there in the table the zoning code minimums are met. These are flag lots, so they do have minimum road frontage of 50 feet. Going to the reference plats or reference aerials. So highlighted in blue is the septic tract. There on the center left is Raber Road. Closer view, and you can see the snake-shaped white line is the existing driveway to the petitioner's home. For reference, contours, drains, and floodplain. There is no floodplain on this lot. There is a legal drain down here to which much of the platted area runs, and you can see that there is pretty steep topography through here. The proposed plat, these are less flag-shaped, more pennant-shaped, I guess you might call them, as we look at this. And then the proposed plat overlaid on the aerial. Again, the flag staff here and each block. Going through the proposed conditions, there weren't very many comments made from the parcel committee. We did add number 4 from their comments. They did note that a couple of the names on the plat are individuals as opposed to the ownership, which is a trust, so that does need to be addressed. It's a minor thing. The rest are pretty standard comments. Because of the fact that this is a 2-lot plat that is intended for sale, I do recommend that covenants and restrictions be adopted with this. It's up to the petitioner, but I do recommend it. Number 1 is recommendation from the health department, and of course number 3 is our standard delegation of secondary plat approval to staff, as we typically see with minor plats. Any questions for me?
I don't hear any. Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you.
This time I'll make the podium available to the petitioner, please.
Yeah, my name's PJ Pabla, and this is my mother and father, and I'm talking on their behalf here. And I reside at 7633 South Raber Road as well, Columbia City. And I want to thank you, Brent and Nathan, for the great staff report there. He basically said everything that I was wanting to say. Again, it's a two-lot subdivision. We're putting the lots in the back, so we're going to have a common driveway that runs from the lots up to the road. So yeah, a covenant is definitely in discussion, and we will definitely implement a covenant. We're having legal counsel look at that at this moment in time. And that's really all I've got to say at this point, unless you guys have any further questions you'd like to have answered.
I have a question. Is it, as it's plotted up there in the picture, is that designed and laid out for a one driveway system, or is that set up for two driveways?
It's actually set up for two driveways, but we're gonna try to use a common driveway just because we feel aesthetically it's gonna look much better than having two driveways. And as Nathan said, maybe in the future, as you can see that there's a third section there that's really not part of the subdivision, but if we did decide to, implement another house there or something, our plan would be to attach it to the common drive and not have a third driveway or a second driveway going to the road.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Well, I have a question for staff. I don't understand how that can be a shared driveway if the property line is going to run through the middle of it.
We don't regulate driveways, and shared driveways are pretty common. You have an ingress-egress easement that both are used. Sometimes we actually require it because you only have one drive cut location. And so even though the frontage is there with 50 feet per lot, sometimes you can only do one driveway. So
is this platted though for access for both of those properties if there would ever be a dispute? Is this the way it's platted?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be split.
And is that something that can be addressed in the covenants?
Some sort of what happens if they break apart? I
Yes.
think that would be fair, yeah.
Yeah.
Good questions. Any others? I don't hear any. Alrighty, thank you.
Thank you.
I will open up public comment on this petition. Anyone can speak for or against this petition. And as a reminder, before you start speaking, I would ask that you state your name and address for the record, please. Hearing no public comment, I will close that section and move the floor over to the Planning Commission, please.
I'll move to approve 25W Subdivision 13 with a favorable recommendation with staff criteria.
Second.
Dane, second.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? May we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, sir. Joe Wolf.
Aye.
Kim Kurtzessler.
Aye.
Mark Johnson.
Aye.
Thor Hodges.
Yes.
Jack Green.
Yes.
Dean Drew.
Aye.
Chad Banks.
Aye.
Travis Baker. Brent Emerick.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. You're free to take off if you want or stay for the rest of the meeting. Now, if we'll remember, we're moving agenda item 4 into the second spot. So we will dive right into 25W Rezone 8, Karnail Singh. And I would ask Nathan for a staff report, please.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Going to the staff report. 25W REZ 8 is a rezoning of approximately 4.8 acres with an address of 5975 South Scalar 9 in Washington Township. Currently zoned IN intensive use. The current use is a restaurant with accessory parking and some tillable acreage. That restaurant, Gurcharn Inn, is a legal non-conforming use. It was established in the 1960s, and the staff report gives you some history of that, how that came about. The request tonight is to rezone from IN intensive use, which is our heavy industrial district, to IPM industrial park manufacturing. The proposed use is a truck stop. IPM is the only district that permits truck stops. Even IN doesn't allow it. It's only allowed in IPM. Thus, the request to be rezoned to IPM. Truck stops, just for everybody's education, we defined them by some of these features, that there be some overnight truck parking, that the facility have truck driver-oriented amenities such as showers, a lounge, retail specifically for truck drivers, for example. Another one which is not proposed with this, at least not at this time that I know of, would be truck scales. So those things distinguish a truck stop from simply a gas station that may have diesel for fueling trucks, which we have one proposed elsewhere in the county a few months ago. You can see there the surrounding zoning districts and the current land uses. It's a relatively large number of zoning districts, given that we're well into Washington, or down into Washington Township. So we do have IN surrounding the property. We have AG and IPM farther north than that. We have the State Highway Garage to the north of here, the railroad track, landscaping business to the east. We have general commercial, and then further ag to the south. We have, again, general commercial, which is the heavy equipment dealer, and then ag after that, and some residences. And to the west, similarly, some GC with the rest of the equipment dealership. So again, an interesting mix of uses here, with IN being the standout. We don't have very many IN districts in the county. As you know, this one's probably the largest undeveloped one in the county. Going to the reference materials, overall view of everything highlighted in blue is the subject site. This is Stayward 14, this is Stayward 9, railroad track across the top. The fertilizer facility is here. Closer view, you can see that this is actually comprised of two parcels. One, which is the business itself and the parking area, and the rest is that total acreage that I described. The rezoning would take both into consideration. The petitioner did submit a proposed site plan, or a preliminary site plan. This, of course, being rezoning stage, there could be quite a few changes that may occur between now and when all final engineering is done. But you can see the general layout here. This does not have sewer and water available, so they do have a relatively large septic area, septic field provided for here. This would be the truck parking area, which has the potential for expanding eastward, and then detention, the facility itself, and the gasoline fuel pumps here. These would be the 3 diesel bays. Again, preliminary, but for reference. Again, preliminary would be the floor plan. This was helpful in distinguishing that this would be a truck stop as opposed to a gas station that diesel. So this area would be primarily the convenience store area, and this end would be more oriented towards the truck drivers and commercial driver facility, including a lounge and specific restrooms. And proposed or preliminary building elevations, again, because they were submitted for your reference. The existing zoning map, the gray areas are, the dark gray areas are the heavy industrial, the light gray area at the top is the IPM industrial, that is the landscape contractor, and then you have AG, and the red areas are our general commercial areas. Going to some of the criteria, we have the future land use and character map from the comprehensive plan. Zooming in to this, highlighted there in the red circle is the site. You can see that this is pretty definitively within the rural agricultural character type. So, as you know, when we talk about character types, it's not an absolute, you must do this use. There is a lot of flexibility, not a lot, but there is some flexibility within that for specific uses. It's going for the overall character of an area, and that's outlined in the character description. The intent is to conserve agricultural land, minimize incompatible land uses. I'll jump down. allow for local businesses to co-locate to provide opportunities for growth. This could fill into that. And then the guidelines, again, talk about conserving agriculture, but you do have the potential for smaller scale and supporting commercial operations. So if you consider this truck stop use to be in line with smaller scale supporting, it may be of a character that would fit in. I would say that if this was larger, if it was the entire 65 acres that's currently zoned IN being proposed for a business park, we might be looking at a comprehensive plan amendment in order to adjust that, because that would be more of a deviation than what this might be, this being 5 acres, and especially since there's an existing business, this may fit more with that character. Primary uses and secondary uses. Primary uses, of course, are ag and single-family residential. Secondary uses, I'll highlight again, the commercial and retail, small scale. And then you may also consider agricultural-related businesses because modern agriculture does use trucks and diesel fuel. I will not go into this in great detail, but these are the intents of the IN district, which is currently zoned, versus the IPM district. Generally, IN allows for more heavy the intent is to allow for more heavy industrial, IPM lighter industrial. Both would include buffer yards and screening if there was outdoor storage. This being more of a commercial use than an absolute industrial use, there really wouldn't be much outdoor storage. Again, IN permitted uses on the left versus IPM, and highlighted there in blue is the truck stop. As I said, IPM is the only district that allows for a truck stop by right or by special exception. For reference, the left is not AG, the left is IN. I forgot to change the title on that slide, but the uses are correct. Special exception uses in IN include things like slaughterhouse, junkyard, incinerators, rendering plant, landfill, and so on. IPM special exception uses are a bit more constrained. One that might be common would be a bottled gas storage and distribution. We've seen that with propane dealers before. Again, not what's being proposed, but when you're looking at the zoning, those are things that could be. So that covers a lot of the comprehensive plan discussion. Really, in the interest of time, won't go into more detail on the rest of the criteria. You've read the staff report, you've had the staff report read. I think the only last thing that I'll mention is dealing with responsible growth and development. This is or would be a new development occurring outside of an area where we have public water and sewer and a fairly sizable commercial development. So that is sometimes a judgment of whether a zoning is appropriate or not. In this case, it is where we already have some commercial development, so that may be countered with that. Additionally, traffic could be a concern. NDOT is already, as I understand it, made aware of this, or they would be, because these are both state roads, and we're certain that they will, if they haven't already told the petitioner, will require a traffic study to address anything, if this does go forward. So with that, again, won't belabor anything more. Any questions for me?
I don't hear any questions, Nathan. Thank you. I'll ask that the petitioner please come to the podium and state your name and address and explain your petition, please.
My name is Raber Singh. I reside at 13988 Bass Road, Fort Wayne, Indiana, 46818. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for giving us the opportunity to present this project today. We're here to request a proposal for a truck stop on State Road 9 and 14. And first of all, this isn't a traditional truck stop. It's more of a gas station, but we won't be having showers or lounges in this. We'll be providing overnight parking for trucks, and there will be fueling stations for trucks and fueling stations for cars. And So our main concern here and the way to help develop this area is to create traffic flow that is more not such a free-for-all as if you've been out there right now. You can pull in and out of State Road 9 and 14 from almost any part of the property. So yeah, that's our main focus is increasing overall safety in that corner right there. And hopefully this will increase local jobs and create economic development for Whitley County. And yeah, I'm open to any questions if you guys got any.
Any questions for the petitioner? I don't hear any. Thank you. I'll open public comment on this petition. Anyone for or against may come to the podium and speak. Please state your name and address.
My name's Christopher Warwick. I live at 7925 South, 200 East. I want to say first that the designs look phenomenal for what is out there right now. The traffic pattern is definitely planned on and looks great compared to what's happening out there right now. We've seen several wrecks, several close calls. That's going to be a good thing. The idea of a gas station, since it was that way in the 50s, could be a good possibility as well, especially with diesel. We've got several Ag Plus trucks coming through there, farmers that have to travel a long way to go get diesel. I think that's going to be a good thing for the area. I do question the need for an overnight truck area in that area. Yeah, there's a local deliveries for state, for Ag Plus, but we've done this much time without that. I don't see what the need for an overnight truck stop in that area is going to be for. Everything else is looking good. That's all I got to say.
Hi, Carol Weinbrenner, 1266 East State Road 14. And I'm not opposed to the rezoning at all. I just have concerns about the use, mainly the traffic. I live very close to there, and currently now when semis are slowing down or speeding up from the intersection, it's quite loud. And with moving that down closer to our house, I anticipate the noise level being a little higher, especially trucks using their Jake brakes. So it's very annoying. Also concerned about like lighting and if the safety of the neighborhood with overnight parking there. And I guess that's my concerns. I just wanted to know. Thank you.
Anyone else for or against this petition? I will close public comment. Planning Commission, the floor is yours.
I have one question. She brought up lighting. Did I miss something when they talked about it? Is there going to be what type lighting?
Is that for the petition?
Yeah, that's for the petition.
If you want to, yeah, please step to the microphone if you would like to answer questions.
Yeah, so for the lighting, we're going to be using down lighting, LED high intensity lighting. So it's going to be focused at just pointing downwards. It's not going to be pointing out towards the road or anything.
I have a question. Is it going to be 24 hours?
No, it will not be. The hours right now are 5 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Do you plan any landscaping to conceal?
Yes. Once we get a official site plan together, we'll be able to show all the landscaping and all the trees, bushes, all that.
Any other questions for the petitioner? Thank you.
I think it's something that has been needed a long time down there. I've heard several people talk about having to drive to Columbia City just to get gas for their lawnmowers or whatever. And that, I think it'd be a valuable business down there. And with that, I'll put forward forth a motion for a favorable recommendation for 25 W Rezone 8.
I'll second that.
We do have a motion and a second. May we go to a roll call vote, please, Brent?
One moment, please. Joe Wolf.
Aye.
Ken Kurtzessler.
Aye.
Mark Johnson.
Aye.
Thor Hodges.
Yes.
Jack Green.
Yes.
Dane Drew.
Aye.
Chad Banks.
Yes.
Travis Baker. Brent Emerick.
Yes.
That motion does carry. We've reached the part of the meeting where I'm going to turn over the leadership role to Kim, and wish you all a good night.
Okay, as Brent had mentioned, the fifth item on the agenda will now move to number 3, and we will have a staff report from Nathan. That's 25W vacation -3.
Thank you, Ms. President. So going to these slides. And just as a reminder, if anybody who's up in the overflow rooms and wishes to speak on the vacation item, you may want to make your way down for the public hearing here in a moment. This is a vacation of Lot 1 of Baroque Acres with an current address of 8130 South 800 East in Jefferson Township, currently zoned AG Agricultural. Baroque Acres was a 2-lot subdivision recorded in 2017. It was subdivided in order to create an additional building lot, which is Lot 2. The house on Lot 1, which is the one being vacated, proposed to be vacated, was constructed in 2013. The petitioner is proposing to vacate Lot 1 in order to combine it with the adjacent unplatted property that they own to the west. So they own the field to the west, puts everything together as one legal property. The area being vacated is approximately 7.92 acres. The total area altogether would be 56.76 acres, give or take, and you can see that the resulting lot parcel meets the minimum lot width and frontage. Highlighted in blue there in the center is the subject parcel. You can see the other purple areas are subdivisions in the area. Baroque Acres itself, Lot 1 is the northern piece, Lot 2 is this piece down here. Closer view of the area, you can see that this is improved with a house. Lot 2, which is in different ownership, is not yet developed, but I believe there are intents to place a house on there. For reference, the existing plat, again, Lot 1 is the subject one, and Lot 2 is down here. For reference, the overall combined parcel is highlighted in red. As I said, it would be combined with the intention is to combine this with the parcel to the west. The plat vacation criteria, I give notes as to commentary on each one of these criteria, but basically, in this case, the condition was to create the original condition that required the plat was to create an additional building site, which is Lot 2. This now takes the original building site and removes it from the plat, so that by itself is a change in the overall conditions that no longer need to have this be platted. Is it in the public interest to vacate the plat? Maybe, maybe not. If it were to be split off again, it would require a plat again, so we would recapture that if that ever were to occur. So creating a larger parcel, probably neither here nor there. And finally, the value of the part of the land not owned by the petitioner will not be diminished. It's highly unlikely, since that Lot 2 is undeveloped at this point, and this actually carries more value than it does. So it's unlikely that this combination would create any issues. I do have two proposed conditions. In the written staff report, there was only one. However, I did notice that I neglected to include the dedicated right-of-way that is in the frontage of lot 1. As we've done before, not vacate it. It would still exist as dedicated right-of-way. And then lot 2 is a condition that this, when vacated, would still have to be combined with the adjacent parcel to create a parcel over 20 acres in size, which is our minimum for platting, to not plat, excuse me. With that, any questions for me?
Okay. Hearing none, I would ask the petitioner or their representative to step to the podium to address the petition.
Good evening. My name is Sonya Emerick. Brian is not available to be here tonight.
Could you speak a little louder?
My address is 5865 East State Road 14, Columbia City, Indiana. Nathan did a great job explaining the vacate. We purchased this property. We've already done a lot of work on it, and we're just asking for it to not be a part of a subdivision because of the rural nature of the lot being almost 8 acres. And we do have access to the farm ground. And we have already began farming the back part of that lot this year. So, do you have any questions?
Any questions from the commission?
Sonya, I see there's a legal drain going through there. Does that run back to the west again, or does that go to the east?
The top is to the west, the bottom is to the east.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to put up the drains, that's a real reason why we purchased the property. And not a real, an additional. The property was very, very neglected. The house was on for sale for a long time. It apparently was a really, really rough divorce. And it had been a rescue, an animal rescue, in the barn and the surrounding property. And things like melted plastic in the ovens, dogs and cats left in the house without being let out. I think you get the general idea of the odor. It just was unpleasant. And along with that, the drains from around the house were left to go. And then the county drain was in disarray due to tree roots, neglect, broken down, and various things. Dane may have more insight on that. They just raised the assessments to do work. We already replaced the tile on that property ourselves at our cost. The county provided the tile. So we've made improvements to it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. I will now open the public hearing and would ask if any of you have comments to step forward, state your name and your complete address, please.
Good evening. My name is David Feeker. I live at 15310 here in Lake Crossing in Fort Wayne, directly across the county line, within 1 mile from this proposed rezoning. I'm a landowner in Whitley County as well. I'm speaking in opposition for this petition to vacate. These remarks were intended to be the third in line from the others that are coming up today, so forgive me that some of these are based upon those other petitions and these were moved ahead of that, and I didn't know that would happen tonight. The intent to me that I see is that this petition is to gain access to County Line Road, because the next petition that I expect to see will be for a petition to rezone the 232 acres just north of this to agricultural production, and then the 48 acres just south of that, which would be this farmland that would connect County Line Road to this farmland. That is my expectation, that we will see that coming in the near future, especially depending upon what we find out tonight with these other requests. Vacating this plat is going to allow direct access to County Line Road. This request is going to allow that land that connects to gain private access point to the applicant's land. The practical purpose here, to me, is obvious. It creates a truck access to the site that they intend to convert to an intensive agricultural operation. That access would shift that burden of the heavy transport vehicles onto that public road. It's a small public road. It would increase wear and tear, and that would be increasing the long-term taxpayer costs. That's going to create some traffic hazards and nuisances in that small area again for the nearby residents, as the large trucks are routed through an area that's not designed to be that. It is designed for residential use and light agricultural use, and not production level. This is going to transfer the value of a public asset, which is County Line Road, into a private gain, benefiting only the petitioners while harming the surrounding community by shifting the burden of maintenance of a road and access not intended for agricultural production to be onto the burden of the taxpayers. Vacating this plat for a private benefit, allowing access to a public road for heavy transport truck travel, is contrary to the intent of our zoning and transportation framework. It sets a precedent that public infrastructure can be sacrificed for individual gain, even when the surrounding community only experiences harm. For these reasons, I respectfully request that you deny this petition.
Yes, thank you. If you would, in the future, kindly hold your applause so that we can allow more people the opportunity to speak. Anybody else speaking for or against? Remember, this is the vacation petition.
I share the same concern as the last gentleman. My name is David Grobnola, 10103 Winding Creek Lane in Fort Wayne, Indiana. I'm also a board member on the West Central Fire District. The access to County Line Road presents numerous problems for our fire department for commercial access with large form trucks. I don't know how close your response is from any other fire department or emergency services in Whitley County is to this location, but ours is right down the road, and we would probably end up being the primary responders if this is vacated and a large-scale agriculture system dumps into County Line Road. That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, hearing nothing, I will close the public hearing. Does the petitioner have anything to say at this point?
I'd just like to remind everybody that this is a vacation of a lot that's. I would like to remind everybody that this is a vacation of a lot that's platted, and that the house has the driveway to the house, which then runs into the barn, which I'm just beyond words at what people are making assumptions of. We're asking for a vacation for a property that we purchased that is occupied and being used as a home per what it's made for.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sonya, could you bring the microphone down to speak out? A little bit higher. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I will now turn it over to the commission for discussion and or a motion.
I'll make a favorable motion for 25W-A3. I don't know, there is a suggested condition. I think there's two of them.
Could you speak louder, please? Thank you.
Yes, I would like to make a favorable motion for 25W-Vacate-3 with the suggested conditions, or not suggested, let me get to them. I think there was two of them. One there, Nathan?
Yes.
They're on the screen.
Okay, yes, I'd like to add those two to that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion among the commission?
I would just like to comment that we are voting on a vacation. We are not voting on a project that's in the future that we know nothing about. So that is all we are voting on right now for this vote. So.
Okay. Brent, could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Madam President. Joe Wolf? Aye. Kim Kurtzessler?
Aye.
Mark Johnson?
Aye.
Thor Hodges?
No.
Jack Green?
Aye.
Brent Emerick? Dane Drew?
Aye.
Chad Banks?
Yes.
Travis Baker?
Okay, motion passes. We will once again let people know that we are going to be dealing with 25W Rezone 6 next. So again, we're urging people who are participating in other areas to make sure that they make their way down here or over here. Do we have anybody upstairs?
We have a lot of people upstairs.
Okay, all right. So, Nathan, I would ask you to give us the staff report, 25W Rezone 6.
Okay.
Brian and Sonya Emerick.
Thank you, Madam President. I like that.
Please speak up or I'll speak into the microphones. It's very difficult to hear back here, and apparently this entire crowd wants to hear what's happening. Your microphone's not working.
Is this better? Okay.
So, can you hear me?
No.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay. I was asked, or it was suggested, excuse me, that before giving the staff reports on these, that there be a little bit of a public education piece, because I know we have a lot of non-Whitley County residents here who aren't familiar with how we operate with our zoning code. So I wanted to highlight a couple bits of our zoning code for everyone's reference. So please humor me for about 4 minutes or so while I go through these extra slides before I get into the staff report. So doing so, I wanted to just, again, confined feeding operations are, I assume, why many people are here. There are no confined feeding operations being proposed by the petitioner with any of the rezoning cases tonight, any 3 of them tonight. That is by the word of the petitioners, as we always take it. However, for everyone's reference, the AG zoning district, which is the current zoning district for REZ 6 and REZ 7, permits Class 1 CFOs by right, meaning that they're just permitted. There's no additional zoning requirements or approvals required. And then AG zoning allows Class 2 CFOs by special exception, meaning that it needs to go through BZA for approval. AGP zoning permits Class 1 and 2 by right, and Class 3, which is the next largest, by special exception. We do have a 4th class of confined feeding operation, which is allowed only in our IN zoning district, which coincidentally we had a rezoning of earlier, and that is only by special exception. Those are the largest ones. And as you recall, for those members who were here when we amended the zoning code, that was intentional to say we don't want those Class 4 largest CFOs, and so we made it fairly restrictive to get that. Further, and this is something that came about earlier this week, the petitioner has submitted commitments that no Class 3 CFOs would be permitted in either Rezone 6 or Rezone 7. So that component would be taken out of the picture with these 2 cases both. Going on, again, for everyone's either recollection or for education, we do have some additional restrictions regarding confined feeding operations as well as residential development, which I'll get to separately with each staff report. But dealing with confined feeding operations, if there was one proposed at some point in the future, new Class 1, 2, and 3 CFOs must be a minimum of a quarter mile from major residential subdivisions, 660 feet from off-site residences, 300 feet from open waterways and storm drain inlets, including tiles, as well as class 2 and 3 CFOs, if they were so proposed, within a half mile of LR zoning would need to have mitigation measures as part of any of their approvals. I highlight this because it's important, particularly with the eastern parcel, Rezone 7, where we have several different homes in place, a tile waterway that goes through the middle of the site, as well as subdivisions nearby. So when you start to apply these standards to that parcel, if there was a CFO even proposed, there is not a lot of room for it to even happen, let alone any other proposals, for example, with IDEM. The western one, Rezone 6, there's more room there. Again, not being proposed tonight, but because everybody wants to talk or about it and know about it, I wanted to make sure everybody knew here. And then finally, wanted to touch on a couple other uses that we've heard and have received some comments on. Just wanted to get these out of the way. There's been some suggestion that these proposals may include an animal processing facility, i.e. a slaughterhouse. AGP does not allow slaughterhouses, only that intensive use district, again with a special exception, would allow a slaughterhouse. I'm not sure if that was how that came about, but that is not AGP. And then finally, again, I'm not sure how this one came about, but we did hear that manufacturing may be allowed in AGP as well, and that is not the case. Manufacturing, with some exceptions, small exceptions, is only allowed in IPM and IN. GC, VC, and Ag do have some tool and die shops, welding shops, stuff like that that are kind of industrial, but aren't really what it feels like some suggested uses might be. So none of that is being proposed, but again, I wanted to put it out there for everyone's education, so we're kind of operating on the same plane before we get to the site-specific things. So, Planning Commission, did you have anything you wanted to ask me before I get into the staff reports?
The commitments that were made by the petitioner, what is the legal weight of those commitments? I'm sorry, the commitments that the petitioner made, I am asking Nathan and or Liz what the legal weight of those commitments would be.
They're enforceable by the commission if they're violated. So they would be bound by. They would be bound by those commitments.
Legal counsel says that they are enforceable by the commission, and I will say too, if it gets to the commissioners, they can also opt to enforce them too.
We've had previous ones that have put restrictions on, so it'd be the same as those, I presume.
Correct. Yeah. Let me turn this.
In public education, can you let us know what is the number of unit animals in class 1 versus class 2?
Okay, we're kind of operating out of order, but I'll allow the question to be asked this time. Nathan, did you hear it?
Yeah, what are the animals in play? So it is actually based upon animal units. So I will show that for everyone's reference. So class 1 CFOs are up to 1,200 animal units. Since you asked about hogs, a finisher hog is each head of hog is 0.4 of an animal unit. So you can do the math there. Class 2 would be up to 3,000. Class 3, 3,000, 12,000. Class 4 is more than 12,000. Again, Class 3 and 4. Class 4 isn't even in question tonight. Class 3, as we talked about commitments, has already been taken off. So Class 1 and 2, which are already permissible in AG, are what we're looking at. But 3,000... Let me bring up the calculator, unless somebody can do the math in your head. So 3,000, be about 7,500, excuse me, it would be 7,500 head of hog. We do have some class 2 CFOs around the county. Notably, most recent one constructed, I believe, was down in southern Cleveland Township. It's under construction right now. It was approved late last year. So hopefully that helps. We have separate animal units for cows, horses, other things, but hogs and cattle are typically the most frequently used ones.
Okay. Thank you, Nathan.
Sure. So again, thank you for indulging me with that as a matter for public education. So going on to rezone 6 specifically, this site is approximately 80 acres, currently zoned AG agricultural with an address. There is a house on the property, so it does have the specific address, 7383 South 700 East, currently used as an agricultural field with a residence, as I mentioned. The request is to rezone to AGP, agricultural production. As I said before, no change in land use from current is proposed. The request is to designate the area to protect the use as farmland. As I mentioned, there is a commitment limiting CFOs and greenhouses to the existing AG sizes. Greenhouses are one of the other differences between AGP and AG in terms of use. You can see there this current and surrounding zoning districts and uses. Mostly AG, but we do have some village commercial, which was recently rezoned for a small-ish sized commercial use. It's for an event center, you might recall that. And then we have RR to the south over Westfield Passage subdivision. Going to the aerial view here, highlighted in blue is the subject site. As I mentioned, Westfield Passage is highlighted in purple down here. There are only 2 subdivisions of 3 lots or more, which is our definition for major residential subdivision. Within this view, here and here, there are more platted lots, but these are the only ones that consist of more than 3 lots, more than 2 lots. The rezoning, or excuse me, the zoning map, I did include Allen County zoning there on the right-hand side. So primarily ag throughout the area. You can see the darker green is existing AGP on the west side of 600. And then you do have, again, commercial here, and we have Westfield Passage down here, which is zoned RR. And in Allen County, you have commercial along State Road 14 and a mixture of various R districts. I believe they're mostly R1 and A1, and I believe there's an A3 potentially there as well, but mostly A1. Going on to a slightly closer aerial here, we do have, these are, any of the platted lots are highlighted in purple, and then also shown are the legal drains. So we have a drain here, and then just off the southeast corner, 1 drain going here, and right here is the residence that is on the property. So future character and land use map. Overall county, detail, southeast corner of the county, highlighted there in red circle, is the subject site approximately. That cream color is mixed rural. The green is that rural agricultural, cream is mixed rural. Character description for mixed rural. The intent is to expect existing agricultural operations will continue as residential development also occurs. And so it would allow for contextually sensitive new residential development, meaning that not all residential development is appropriate. That's basically what contextually sensitive means. But to expect that there would be some over the planning horizon in the next 15 to 20 years. Also, the intent is to allow for the division of land for subdivisions. However, it would be, let's see here, the second point, the character in this area is expected to continue to be recognizably rural throughout the time frame of the plan, but over time, farms may be further blended with non-farm residential development. Important for the second one, but I'll mention it here too, public sewer and water are not necessary, but where they are available, development should be anticipated. The site does not have immediately available sewer and water. It's some distance away, and so this is not quite so prime for development, as I mentioned, because of that. Finally, I'll highlight the other point here of the description. New or expanded CFOs beyond what exists currently would be out of character, period. This type can also include appropriately located small-scale commercial that meets the immediate local needs. So again, not a CFO being proposed tonight, but that does come into play. The mixed rural character does describe this area, primary uses being agriculture without new CFOs being expected, residential development, secondary uses being commercial and institutional. As you look at the AGP versus AG districts, I won't really go through this too much, but the AG district is intended to allow for farm and residential uses to coincide in appropriate rural areas. The other bold text is the AGP district intent is that the district should maintain large undeveloped areas for productive agricultural uses and intense agricultural related uses. So I highlight that as well. This site is 80 acres, the other one's 60, so is 80 acres a large undeveloped area for productive agricultural use. The list of AG versus AGP permitted uses are relatively the same length, as you can see here. Again, there are some differences, but I'm trying to cut this down some. Special exception uses are greatly different. AGP's special exception uses are for that Class 3 confined feeding operation, greenhouses over 250,000 square feet, and then secondary dwelling units and home occupations. As you know, AG has a much more extensive list of special exception uses, including auto repair shops, various types of specialty retail, churches, schools, quite a few different things that allow it to have a lot of flexibility. Also related specifically to AGP is section 5.22 of the zoning code. There are standards related to what happens when you are around AGP. Specifically, all new residential subdivisions within 300 feet of an AGP zone property must address the following as part of their development. They need to include off-site drainage, surface drainage impacts, subsurface tiling system impacts. They need to address the security of the AGP zone property from residential uses. Biosecurity is one component of that, but just general security, because you could be placing more people near an area that is prime farmland, be it a CFO or just crops. There's concern about protection of this area we want to conserve for agriculture. And then finally, a subdivision plat notes and restrictive covenants beyond that residential subdivision regarding statement that would be hold harmless about agricultural production within that adjacent AGP district. So those are additional restrictions for development that may be occurring near an AGP district. AG allows for agriculture to occur without those restrictions on the neighbor, basically. 300 feet is not a huge distance, but it's not a small distance. Would it stop development? Doesn't prohibit development, but it may change the nature of who might be interested in buying, may change the value of that adjacent property for development. So I've touched mostly on the comprehensive plan so far. There's a lot more that I said in the written staff report, so hopefully I didn't bore you too much with the written staff report, but there's a lot to be said about the comprehensive plan. Bottom line, mixed rural was intended to be an area where we had agriculture and development coexisting is maybe a strong word, but expected to be together. Rural agriculture would be where rural is definitely the character. And one reason that we included this area of Jefferson Township in those discussions with comprehensive plan is we wanted to have some place that we had development so that we didn't have development proposals throughout the county. We needed to have somewhere. So we have Jefferson Township, we have between Lincoln Way and Old Trail and Union Township, north of Columbia City up to the lakes is another area, and we have some other areas as well. But that's why this was called out, for that thought that we needed to have some sort of place for development. My voice is starting to go now, so I really won't go into great detail with the rest of these. Current character and condition. This particular property is somewhat closer in some ways. It's closer to Westfield Passage as a major residential subdivision. It's farther away from subdivisions in Allen County. It does have some homes around it. So is AGP an appropriate use in that mix of territory? Is it the most desirable use for the land? Petitioner has said that the use wouldn't be changing from what it is now, so essentially crop cultivation. So it's AGP versus AG appropriate. That's kind of a discussion that gets really nuanced as you go through, and you know those nuances. Conservation of property values throughout the jurisdiction. The differences would be primarily in the uses. AG allows for a lot more special exception uses, some of which may not be appropriate. Automobile repair shops, for example, may not be. However, AGP could allow for, by right, a larger greenhouse. CFOs would basically be the same. However, the petitioner did commit to the larger greenhouse also being off the table. So that's kind of a difference, kind of not. So again, is it the most desirable use for this zoning versus another zoning? Because the use really isn't changing. Responsible growth and development, I mentioned it before, we don't have sewer and water available immediately to this site. So that is probably more of a point in favor of saying, yeah, this is probably going to stay agriculture for a while, for a good chunk of time into the planning horizon. And then finally, public health, safety, and general welfare. Primarily, we're looking at ag versus ag, so there's not a lot of change between the two other than what you may want to say about the general welfare of the protectionary pieces of that 300 feet around it that are included in that 5.22 zoning standard. So, thank you for bearing with all that zoning discussion. Any questions for me?
Doesn't part of this put more restrictions on the landowner on some things that they cannot do as well?
Speak in the microphone.
Doesn't it put restrictions on the landowner as well, as far as there are things that landowner cannot do with their land, limiting what they can do?
When you compare the list of uses, you could make that argument. So the permitted use list is somewhat shorter, but especially the special exception use list is shorter. So yes, you do have that. If you are talking about CFOs, then yes, CFOs in AG. I'm not talking about CFOs. If you were, yeah, there are specific more restrictions on that. But otherwise, just the bare use lists, yes, you have a shorter special exception list in AG. And there are some restrictions on residential uses as well. The residences either need to be grandfathered in, as this one would be, or owner-occupied.
Any other questions from the commission for Nathan? Thank you very much.
Nathan, can you explain a little bit of the steps they would have to take if they were to put a confined feeding operation up? Because I think that would help inform them and limit the questions that we have tonight.
So if the property were to be were to remain AG. So AGP is off the table. It just stays AG. A Class 1 CFO would go through building permit through us. We would check for zoning and so on. They would also require an IDEM permit through all of their different reviews. And they have a list of standards as well, some of which are similar to ours, some of which are quite different. They look for different things than what we do. That's a fairly extensive permit application. I believe the last one I saw was close to 150 pages long. So that would be for a Class 1. For a Class 2 in AG, it would require a special exception approval, which goes through the Board of Zoning Appeals. So there would be a public hearing for that. The Board of Zoning Appeals would be looking for buffering distances from adjacent properties. Even though we have a minimum, they could impose additional restrictions and so on. And then Class 3 isn't allowed in AG. In AGP, Class 1, same thing, building permit, IDEM permit. Class 2 would be the same as Class 1, local permit and IDEM permit. And then if Class 3 were not already committed not to happen, we'd be looking at special exception through BZA and the IDEM permit, local permit as well. But Class 3 is not on the table. Petitioner has already submitted that commitment, if you're willing to accept that commitment as well.
Yeah, I just wanted them to be informed that this is not a meeting. This is strictly zoning. This is not confined feeding operations, but I wanted you guys to be informed of the steps they would have to take to even go that route.
I just wanted to make sure I understood that explanation correctly. So if AGT were to be passed, there's due process to go to Class 2 has been significantly removed. Did I understand that correctly?
Did you get that, Nathan?
I didn't. I would recommend that be part of the public comment.
Okay, yeah, let's hold those questions for the public comment period, and we can address those as they crop up. But again, as Dane said, I would just like to make sure that we're focusing on the fact that this is a rezoning petition. We're really not discussing confined feeding operations. That doesn't mean that you cannot comment on it, but I want to make sure that we understand the focus of tonight's public hearing.
Thanks, Kevin. Yes.
Sure. Okay.
And should we comment that if you are saying the same thing as the person in front of you?
Oh, definitely.
Please don't come up here and say the same thing 400 times, if you would.
We'll get to that as well. Okay.
Thanks.
Anything else, Nathan?
Nope. Now we have petitioner.
Yep. Okay. Is there someone here who would like to address this petition? Thank you.
Hi, again, Sonya, Emerick, 5865 East State Road 14, Columbia City, Indiana.
Is there any way you can get closer?
No, that's not comfortable. What would you like me to do, Kim?
Can you tilt it sideways a little bit? Yeah, stand along the side maybe.
I need my notes, but thank you. I'll do my best.
Okay. Speak up. Thank you.
Good. Okay, I forgot where I was already. All right, name, address. Again, Brian is not available to be with us tonight. Thank you. So, this rezone for this property that we've owned is what I'm here to request before the board. Thank you for your consideration. I'd like to start by telling you who we are, who is Brian and Sonya Emerick in the agricultural community. We do wear many hats, but I'm focusing on agricultural right now. And the reason why I'm taking your time to do this is because a lot of people here do not know us, and also because of other petitions that I've seen before you, it's been done. And so I kind of took a lead from that. All right, so Brian's parents met and graduated from Jefferson's Center Township School in Whitley County. Brian, along with his family, attended Dunphy Missionary Church. As a young teen, Brian began working for Whitley County area farmers that he knew from church. Additionally, Brian was close friends with the children of other Whitley County farmers, including the Ned Bile family, the Gordon Jones family, the Don Rediger family, the Robert Taylor family, along with several others. I came to Whitley County after marrying Brian. I spent my educational vacation time from elementary through high school on my grandparents' farm in Carroll County, Indiana. One of the strongest traits that Brian and I share is agriculture and the preservation of Indiana's historic barns, specifically through the Indiana Barn Foundation. Brian's passion for farming led him to purchasing his first farm in Whitley County at the age of 18 while his parents were out of town. Brian has continued to have a passion for farming and agriculture, and he has expanded his farming endeavors throughout his life. Brian has been passionate about preserving large parcels of land for years. Some of our agricultural-related memberships, locally or statewide, include Indiana Corn Growers, Indiana Soybean, Indiana Beef, Indiana Ag Law, Farm Bureau, Regional Chamber of Northeast Indiana, Indiana Barn Foundation, Northeast Indiana Strategic Development Commission, and others. Brian has served on several boards with strong agricultural ties, including Agri-Novus. Many of you know Brian and I from our involvement with both Whitley County agricultural community and the greater community for over 45 years. We stand committed to Whitley County and their commitment to agriculture. We are proud of our commitment to agriculture in Whitley County and the state. Some of what we support, both financially and with our time and talents, that is connected to the Whitley County agricultural area. Whitco, Future Farmers of America. Columbia City, Future Farmers of America, including program support, judging competitions, fundraising efforts like fruit sales, tree sales, wreath sales, Blue Jacket Bash, and regional and international competition trips, which so many of our local kids have qualified for, which is quite a testament to our community. Whitley County has an incredible talent base from the FFA, from all three of our school systems. We also support Whitley County 4-H programming, including sponsorship for the grounds, as well as sponsorships for awards given to the 4-H exhibitors, capital improvements, and the individual kids at both the foods and livestock auctions. This year, I was honored to have served on the selection committee for the Esther B. Adam Scholarship, which was very rewarding to me to see how hard our county youth work on agricultural projects and how well they represent Whitley County agriculture. We also support the Whitley County Agricultural Museum, which is a gem in our community. We recently sponsored the funds for a higher education agricultural department to hire an additional instructor for their growing agricultural community at the collegiate level. We actively contribute to many other nonprofits throughout the Whitley County area and beyond. Some of the Whitley County and nearby rural counties' agricultural businesses are invaluable to our agricultural production that provides services to our areas. Many of those that are directly related to agriculture that we participate with would be financial institutions. Jake, our insurance guy. Agricultural items from town, commercial stores, and on-farm supply stores, our local elevators for buying feed, livestock supplies, drainage easement, tile parts, livestock, and occasional treat of seeing the resident dog and cats. Whitley County seed dealers and other input supplies, the drones, the planes, and sprayers that care for our crops' health, local excavating companies for dirt work, concrete removal, drainage, easement repair, ditching. The list is vast. Fuel purchases and delivery. Jerry's Tire. If you know, you know. Agricultural scale electricians, tractors, combines, implements, grain carts, skid steers, ATVs, triaxles, dump trucks, pickup trucks, semis, various trailers, lawn mowers, hand and power tools, and the supporting teams for maintenance, technology, parts, and accessories.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but could we, the petitioner has her right to speak, so I would ask everyone to keep the conversation down and respect the speaker. No, at the beginning, remember the petitioner has no time limit that was placed on them for the presentation and for the rebuttal.
That's why we're here till 11.
Proceed.
We also work with well maintenance companies. The company that we've just had out recently has the original owner who still can recall the type and depth of wells on our farms because he replaced them there over 50 years ago. We have a local vet. We have hoof trimmers. We have meat markets that we take our produce to, local in Whitley County. We also have worked continuously over the years with our Whitley County Drainage and Engineering Department. This relation has kept our area's waterways and drainage infrastructure in good condition. Whitley County is very proud of their drainage, and they should be. The list goes on, but I could never list everyone. There are so many integral parts of Whitley County to agriculture. One of the most meaningful investments we have is in the many people we know through our agricultural ties and working with our neighbors for the betterment of our properties and theirs. Our history in Whitley County and our stewardship of the land entrusted to us is part of our request for the rezoning before you. We are known to our community, and we have proven our history, our worth, and our trust in agriculture. Now to the request. We are requesting a rezone from AG to AGP to help preserve Indiana farmland. Our Department of Agriculture completed a statewide study in 2024 that concluded our state is losing prime farm ground at an alarming rate. The report indicated that Indiana lost approximately 345,682 acres of farmland from 2010 to 2022, primarily due to residential development around cities and suburban areas. Once we lose this farmland, it isn't coming back. It's gone forever. Along with the capacity to grow our food for the state, country, and world. This answers the why question. Why are we asking to rezone? As I'll explain, it isn't to build a new livestock farm or a meat processor or whatever other rumors are circulating. It is because we want to do our part to protect and preserve productive farm ground. This aligns with the state and local policy. Second, this is not a drastic change. It is moving from one type of ag zoning to another. It isn't residential to industrial. It is an incremental change from AG to AGP. This is further born out of our willingness to include a commitment not to expand CFO or greenhouse rights. The two AGP land uses Nathan identified as his concerns. Beyond that, which exists in the AG zone, we are willing to commit to those standards if rezoned. Finally, there is no evidence that simply changing the zoning characterization of a parcel has a negative impact on neighboring property values. I ask you to remember the only request here Finally, I'm going to start over, I'm sorry. Finally, there is no evidence that simply changing the zoning characterization of a parcel has a negative impact on neighboring property values. I ask you to remember the only request here today to change the zoning district for 2 of our fields. There is no request to build anything or change the land use. There is simply no evidence that changing from AG to AGP will have a negative impact on area property values. To base a decision on that idea would be severely flawed. To the contrary, the staff report concedes that many sections of the comp plan actually support this request. It is glossed over, but the report admits that 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.5, 1.6, and 4.3 of the comp plan support our request. In particular, our comp plan identifies a countywide goal to protect rural character and prime agricultural land from development that has a suburban or urban character, or that erodes farmers' rights to farm. Comp Plan 1.6. This is our goal, and this is our goal and is one of the reasons we are seeking to rezone our property from AG to AGP. Kim, I just want to clarify, I will have time to speak at the end.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any questions from the commission to the petitioner?
So just in summary, your intent is just to continue with crops, corn, wheat, and soybeans, correct?
Correct.
And your intent is to not do any buildings, which you guys are here for. There's no intent of any of those. I think her main goal is to protect the farm ground and restrict maybe some residential coming in. It also, one benefit of this is I think transparency for people who are coming into the area to build, that there's agriculture practices happening here, tractors on the road, you know, semis maybe for that case, hauling crops. So I think that's your intent, correct?
That is our intent, but we're not even trying to restrict residential. We believe that agricultural and residential can get along. It's just that AGP is a valid zone that is in our county zoning to also protect the farmers, to let everybody know what we're doing. And that's the point of it. We have several parcels of AGP that have no buildings on them, and it's a thing, and we have our signs up, and we still get trespassers, and even with no trespassing signs in addition to the AGP signs. Agricultural is a vibrant and important thing to feed the world, and we are growing crops.
Any other questions? Thank you. So before I open the public hearing, is there anybody here who was not physically present to take the oath if you are planning on speaking tonight?
I would like to take the oath. I didn't.
Okay, Liz, I will turn it over to you.
Okay, if anybody's planning to speak in this hearing, if you please stand and raise your right hand. You can take it a couple times. Do you swear or affirm that any statements you make before the commission tonight will be the truth? If so, state I do.
I do.
Or
So you can.
Okay.
He might get that.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Nathan, there's a request to put the difference between AG and AGP back up on the screen. If you could accommodate that, please.
The intent or permitted uses?
I think permitted uses.
Permit, yeah.
Okay, so we got that.
No,
They are currently at AG, they are asking for AGP. Okay, I will now open the public hearing. We did have time limits set, so once again, please observe the time. I'm assuming that staff will give me a heads up. We have 5 minutes for a group representative and 2 minutes for individual speakers. So if you would kindly observe those, I will open the public hearing for comments for or against this petition. State your name and your complete address, please.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Shay Manarian. Legal name Sheree Manarian, but you guys can just call me Shay. My address is 13644 Silk Tree Trail, Fort Wayne, Indiana 46814. However, I would like to state that I do work in Whitley County. I serve Whitley County residents at least 40 hours a week. And I'm very passionate about my line of work, although my opinions are not agency affiliated. They are only my personal comments and opinions. So I would like to put that out there. Can you guys all hear me okay? So and sorry, I'm not great at public speaking. I just wanted to, I've heard, I guess I just wanted to make a quick comment, be respectful of your time and everyone out here's time. I've heard some things said about there are a lot of non-Whitley County residents here. And I would really just urge you guys, if you could please consider us still, because a lot of us still have family here. We have jobs here. We have coworkers, people we love here. We still contribute to the community. And like I said, I cannot disclose the nature of, but I do serve the community here in Whitley County at least 5 days a week. So if you could please not discount any of us just because we might live a mile across or 2 miles across County Line Road. I loved hearing about your family, and I think we should all care about each other's families, regardless of where they are located. And thank you. That's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, my name is Lehman Williams, and I live on 2131 West County Line Road, directly across from this property. And I have one question before I continue with, does the rezoning go all the way to County Line Road, or does it stop before it gets to County Line Road?
Nathan?
I'll bring up the map. This property
I
does
saw
not.
the map, but I didn't understand it very well.
County Line Road is where the red dot is.
Okay, so it does not go to County Line Road.
This one does not.
This particular one does not.
So say again?
But that one connects to property.
The second one does. This one does not.
Oh, the second one does, but this one, okay. Well, I'll make my 2 minutes quick. I was formerly the Vice President of Technology which included animal production and research for Central Soya Company. I'm somewhat familiar with concentrated animal feeding. I am here explicitly to against this change in zoning to allow concentrated animal production. And unless the concentrated livestock portion of it can be removed, I will continue to oppose this rezoning. My home is directly across the street from this property. I've lived there for 45 years. And I've already been told that if this animal production unit would go in there, the value of my property would drop significantly. So all I would say, and just quickly in closing, concentrated animal production, will negatively impair thousands of people who live within 5 miles of that location. And with that, I would just like to say that I unequivocally oppose it if the concentrated animal production portion of it is left in. The rest of it's okay for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next.
I just want to remind you guys that confined feeding operations are already permitted in the current use. So let's take that into consideration.
I'm Emily Studebaker. I reside at 5147 West, 200 South. Nathan, for clarification, the commitments that were submitted by the petitioner, does that include the Class 2 CFO still being a special exception?
The way that I understand it, the commitment would be Class 1 and 2 by right. The petitioner can clarify the commitments to the commission, but that's my understanding of the wording. So she can do that as part of rebuttal.
That sounds fine. Okay. I'm speaking tonight as a fellow member of our county's agricultural community to show my support and commend the Emericks on their efforts to preserve and protect these parcels of farmland. And looking at our comprehensive plan, the first sentence of the mixed rural character type describes this area as areas that are primarily agricultural at present, but already include single-family residential and will face residential growth pressure from nearby urban areas. Now, some of you know all too well, and some of you may not know just what residential growth pressure means to farmers. As generations become further removed from the farm, we found ourselves having to defend nearly everything we do to provide food, fuel, and fiber. Normal farming practices, as explained by the agricultural use notice for the AGP zoning district, may create dust, noise, odors, and other inconveniences. That is what this rezoning is about. Real complaints from within our own community over the last several years have proved the need for this agricultural use notice. From concerns about dust during spring tillage and fall harvest, complaints of the noise of grain dryers running all through the night in a wet fall, planters or combinings operating while most are sleeping as impeding weather demands. The school tardy excuses citing the neighbor's cows bawling all night during weeding, to the concerns of aerial fungicide application, to the odors of anhydrous ammonia, and yes, manure application as well. These have all been real complaints within our community. I heard many of you in the crowd ask, why would they rezone if not for development? This is why, to protect and identify this land at a county level for agriculture use, as there is expected residential growth pressure. It seems that our ag zoning district is treated more as an opportunity for non-ag-related development rather than a district to preserve farmland. The AGP zone sends a clear message to neighbors, potential new developments, and current and future county boards and commissioners that these parcels will continue to be used for normal agricultural practices. The U.S. loses roughly 4.3 acres of farmland every minute, according to the Hoosier Ag Today. In just the time this meeting has been called to order, we have lost the equivalent to 421.4 acres. Tonight you have the opportunity to aid the Emerick's effort to preserve 140 acres here in Whitley County, not to change the use of this land, but to protect it from what may change around it. With the given commitments that avoid the hysteria surrounding these petitions, I urge you to send a favorable recommendation to our commissioners.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Bob Ehrenman. I'm an attorney with Haller & Colvin in Fort Wayne. I'm here this evening representing Davis Lamb, Brian Bauer, Richard Waterfield, J.P. Manalo, John DeGruzman, all of who either own property in Whitley County personally or through their companies. As you know from the work you do every month, you are not here this evening to make the decision for the benefits of just one property owner. As you are well aware from your work, you are to make your zoning decision based on the statutory criteria and the criteria in your ordinance. And when you review those criteria in the staff report, not one single of those criteria is let's determine what's best for the applicant. The Plan Commission spent a lot of time recently preparing a comprehensive plan adopted by the commissioners. I was there for some of those meetings. And so, respectfully, the proposed rezoning from agricultural to AGP, which is being suggested tonight, flies in the face of that comprehensive plan. Your planning staff did a very thorough job analyzing these the criteria, and I know they have to be diplomatic and objective, but in reading their analysis, at least my take, for what it's worth, is that the inference was that this rezoning does not meet the state and ordinance criteria. The applicant's post-application offer to restrict the rezoning further doesn't suddenly shoehorn this proposed AGP rezoning into meeting the statutory criteria. It essentially keeps their existing zoning the same, and actually is an argument that defeats rezoning or changing the zoning in the first place. What this proposed AGP rezoning really does is it's trying to change your comprehensive plan in a piecemeal fashion. Because one of the considerations you look at when you look at rezoning different parcels, you look at what is the surrounding zoning. And the proposed AGP zoning that is being sought to be introduced into this area will only make future such AGP rezonings not only probable, but likely. They will be used to say this is why you should be rezoning the next parcel AGP. And at this point, the AGP rezoning that's being proposed, it's only spot zoning. It's an island without any adjacent AGP zoning. But in the future, the arguments will be made that this AGP rezoning is actually infill development, therefore justifying future decisions. And respectfully, the AGP rezoning is not really about controlling the use and development of the applicant's land. As the staff has noted, there are other private ways applicants can protect their land to preserve agricultural farm ground. And that is especially shown this evening where the applicant has voluntarily offered a commitment. They can restrict their ground from future development. So what this is really about, and from some of the comments that I've heard, this is about controlling the use of the surrounding area, controlling the future development of other people's real estate by changing the policies and goals of your comprehensive plan, one rezoning at a time. And if the commission favorably recommends this proposed AGP to the commissioners, the commission, from the evidence that I heard so far, is only satisfying the personal goals of the applicants, rather than the goals and policies of your comprehensive plan or the other statutory criteria. And respectfully, I think you're throwing away a lot of the hours of work that this commission spent preparing your current comprehensive plan. And if the favorable recommendation for AGP is you're not really doing that for any kind of a zoning reason. You're simply doing it to satisfy the applicant. And with all due respect, that's not good for the surrounding landowners, it's not good for the community, and it's certainly not good planning. Thank you.
Good evening, Planning Commission members. My name is Mike Frucci. I'm the elected county surveyor in Allen County. I've had a lot of citizens write to me about water quality concerns. We have regulated drains going through that area. We'd expect, I know you're not an MS4 entity. I don't know if Soil and Water does your MS4 review or IDEM would do that in Indianapolis, but again, we'd be concerned about the water quality coming into Allen County and that would meet the IDEM rules specifically. You know, and things that got brought up to me, that there's enough acreage to spread the manure, that there's enough storage to contain it until you can spread it, that there'd be a manure management plan. I'm sure IDEM will require that, as well as a stormwater management plan to control what goes to the regulated drains, and then, affects downstream landowners, not just, the people, but the animals and everything else. But that would be my concern, is the water quality, and something that I hope that, I'm not for or against anything. I'm on a plan commission just like you all, but I think it's a valid concern, and I think you should know that and hopefully take that into account. Because again, I believe in private property owner rights just like anyone else. I don't believe I have the right to harm my neighbors. And so that's the point I would make with you. So thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joe Lopez. I live at 5300 North, 250 West, Columbia City, Indiana. I am an AGP owner of a farm that we have. Our family moved here in 1930. So there's a lot of deep roots that my family has in Whitley County. And I'd like to understand the Emericks here, what they're trying to do is they're trying to preserve something. I don't believe that they want something like Solomon Farm in Allen County, who tried to preserve what they had for as long as they could, and then they had to turn it over due to the outcome of the surrounding area. I don't want to see that on my farm. And I think that they should have the right to preserve their property the way that they see fit. They're not talking about putting CAFOs in and all this other nonsense that social media has just blown it out of the water. We're not talking about that. We're talking about preservation. And previous speaker saying that AGP shouldn't be allowed, well, you guys are the ones that allowed it. So that is part of our structure here in Whitley County. This is something that you gave us. We asked for something, you gave it to us, and we haven't abused it. Not a one of us. So I don't understand what all this CAFO stuff is all about when they're not going to build a CAFO. And the last time they went to AGP and got an AGP, that was asked, are you going to build a CAFO? And they said no. So,
okay.
A wise man once said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. There's a lot of hate here, and it doesn't need to be that way. These people, they're not about hate. They're about preservation. Thank you for your time. I hope you find it a favorable decision. Bless you all.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Mark Deli. I live at 11133 Sycamore Hills Drive. I want to start by thanking the Emericks. I really was touched by the work they do to preserve, or they're trying to do to preserve agriculture, the work they're trying to do to promote farming. I'm not a farmer. I worked for an agricultural company at one point, but I agree with her. We should do more to help preserve farms. And I actually think most of the people in this room probably agree with that. People are not here because they don't like farming, that they don't want to preserve farming. People are here because they're worried about a confined agricultural feeding operation. Now, what I heard from Ms. Emerick and what I've heard tonight is there's not going to be a confined agricultural feeding operation on any of these properties that are rezoned. And I take her at her word. So I think there's a really simple solution that Ms. Emerick can do right now, and I would invite her to come up to do this, if she can just agree to a commitment that there will be not a Class 1, a Class 2, a Class 3, or I guess Class 4 is even off the table, Class 3 operation on that land. Can you commit to that right now? Because you've already agreed to commit to not having a Class 3 operation, so it would just take all of this away if you can just agree not to have a Class 1 or Class 2. Can you do that? Yeah, in writing, because I think that's what everyone cares about. Nobody wants to prevent you from preserving farmland. I certainly don't. We just are worried about the effects of a Class 2 confined feeding operation that it would have on the surrounding property. So if she's not willing to do that, I would ask the commission to make that request to the petitioner before you approve her application. That would take all this away. Then we can preserve the farmland and we can protect what I think all the citizens are here and concerned about, which is that we don't have to live close to a confined feeding operation.
Hold it down,
So,
please.
I'll end with that. I just one note. People have said, well, this doesn't really change anything, but the reality it does, because in order to put a Class 2 feeding operation, you guys all know this, there would have to be a special exemption. And the criteria of the special exemption means that you would have to qualify a lot of criteria. One of the criteria
Sir, your time is up, so
Okay.
could you just please continue?
I will wrap it up. One of the criteria, of course, of which is any kind of noxious odors, and to make sure it doesn't affect any other land, which would be very difficult to do in a large confined feeding operation. So I would urge this commission to either require that no confined feeding operation be put on this land, or to not approve the application. Thank you.
Yeah.
My name is Steve Quinn, and I live at 921 Zenos Boulevard, which is one of the subdivisions adjacent to Karnail Road.
That is a Fort Wayne address, sir?
That's a Fort Wayne, sorry, yes. I think it's important to bring a distinction between AG and AGP. Under AGP, the ability of residential owners to object to any use is far more limited than an AG. So with an AG zoning designation, if I'm objecting to some use, not even talking about CAFO, but whatever use, I can do that. If it's AGP, it's off the table. It's part of the AGP zoning. Secondly, as I read it, AGP is designed to preserve large tracts of agricultural land for agricultural use, which I think is laudable and a good idea. But in this particular location, or right, these two locations, I would argue that they're already mixed use. And that in this case, instead of preserving through AGP, we're actually trying to revert. Because you're talking about putting an AGP zone across the street from a large residential area. And so, to me, this is not about preserving because of the impact. It's already a mixed-use area. And I just one last comment. If I read the reports correctly, I believe, since this was brought up earlier, I believe the staff recommendation for both of these rezoning requests was that AGP was inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sam Roth, and I live at 1716 Fair Cloud Drive in Harrison Lakes Edition. And I'm just across the road. My property backs up to the County Line Road, and I'm just down the road there from that 700. But I'm looking at this from a health issue as far as these confined animals and having to put up with any kind of animal waste, smell. I'm a Vietnam War veteran, and when I was over there, I was exposed to a lot of the Agent Orange. So, about 10 years ago, I contracted lung cancer. They attributed that to the Agent Orange. Plus, I have several allergies. VA's treat me for that and for lung cancer as we speak. I just would have a problem in the future if you would allow any kind of large amount of animals with their waste and everything down the road from me that close, about a quarter mile. And I did have a question, the AGP, how many, does that allow any amounts of animals that could be on that property as far as, can they have 1,000, 2,000, could they have that many?
That was covered earlier, sir.
I know, but
it's staying the same.
We're taking this lady's, she comes up here and she tells that's not gonna happen. Would you put that in writing, please?
It's staying the same.
You will? That you're not gonna have this large amounts of animals?
We're kind of operating
Just
again
down the
out
road
of order. She can address that during the rebuttal. So you're addressing the commission at this point.
Okay.
Do you have anything else?
No, that'll do it.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your service.
Kathy Diamante, 7730 Via del Sonia in Whitley County. By way of standing, our home and 18 acres are currently, hopefully, growing beans this year, about a mile away from both of these parcels, and to the extent your rules of order permit it, I would like these comments to apply to both rezoning petitions, so you don't have to hear me twice. Sorry. I'm going to ask for 5 minutes because I'm here on behalf of Del Sonia, but I'm going to go as fast and as articulately as I can while editing out all the things that have already been said. I'm saddened that we're here again addressing previously defeated similar petitions, and the rest of what I would have to say about that would concur with Council's other remarks about how we're now doing this in pieces like we did with 600 instead of doing it as one large unit, which was already previously denied to the best of my knowledge. To the extent, however, the petitioners seek to preserve the rural nature of Whitley County by this AGP designation, they're at best misguided as to the fact that an AGP designation will accomplish their goals. While it would be nice to see that their persistence on these matters arises from those stated goals, granting the petition will actually have the opposite effect. It will allow future designees, assignees, or owners, whether individual or corporate, to turn that rural nature on its head, if they so choose, and make Whitley County a factory farm county, something that I think is both unwanted and unnecessary to the Commission's current plans for the future of the county. And as evidenced by the media attention these petitions have received, as well as all the people who are gathered here today, it's also generally unwanted and unnecessary to everyone who might be impacted by granting an AGP designation. Everyone needs to be a good citizen and follow the rules. Everyone needs to be a good neighbor, and no one in this room is excluded from that. My second point has more to do with the legal terms for nuisance and coming to a nuisance. I'll summarize, since we're, as you've already pointed out, not at the AGP permitted use designation, but everybody in this room who lives nearby, whether you're in Whitley County or in Allen County, came to an AG nuisance, for lack of a better word. We are fully familiar with what that looks like. Crops, homestead level animal culture, AG level commercial animal culture, and the plowing and fertilizing that goes along with all those things. If you put all those animals on a 40-acre lot, it's not about housing them, it's about disposing of their waste, and that is what I think everybody is concerned about. The AGP designation, however, will eliminate any protection anybody would have in this room from a further hearing because it wouldn't be necessary. And we would have no other input except to wait for the wind or the rain to let us know what you finally decided. If what they're trying to do is establish a somewhat more bucolic vision of the county, an AGP designation will give it to them, especially when their successors choose to sell to a less bucolic owner, including huge corporations like Smithfield Farms and its foreign parent WH Group, who would not have to come before this commission with an AGP designation except for those permitted use requirements. And we wouldn't get notice. Even if the petitioners actually thought that that OGP designation would keep the county rural, use a land trust, use a clause in your will, use an amendment to your title that would run with the land. There's no perpetuity available to them because there's no legal way to do it into infinity. So you'd have to trust your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren to be as committed as you appear to be to agriculture, and that won't help, and it won't happen if you do AGP. It's just not the mechanism you want for what you want to do here. My final point would just be to summarize that the designation that's requested whether now or in the future is for a pig factory, not a pig farm. No one here is against farming, they're against factories. And I think if we could, again, just have some kind of written run with the land as long as you want, as long as you can draft it, however you're going to do it. Nobody here contemplated any of this when they bought their properties in either county, whether for farming or housing or both. And it defies both Indiana law, frankly, and the prior pronouncements of this commission to inflict a new nuisance on people who didn't come to it. Again, if I could have these comments travel to the next petition, that might be more expeditious, but I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. First, I would just like to clarify the comment the gentleman made earlier about hate. There is no hate. That's why I'm here today. There's just only concerns for my family and welfare. So thank you again tonight for allowing me to speak today. My name is Ting Kellerman, residing at 2196 Mercado Bay, Fort Wayne, Indiana. While my physical address is in Allen County, this proposed location is right down the street and could not hit closer to home. I'm here today opposing both rezone 6 and 7, so we'll get out of the way. You don't have to hear from me twice. To rezone that from AG to AGP. I moved my family to the Southwest Allen County about a year and a half ago in the hope of raising my family and my child to attend nearby schools and for the long term. The thought of the possibility of a large-scale operation going down the street threatens the health, safety, and financial security of my family and our entire Southwest community. My family did not come from generational wealth. The monies we've invested in our primary home came from our wages earned from our jobs. Our home is our largest investment that is being jeopardized by the possibility of a future KFO. Although the petitioners state that they do not have plans for KFO, which I applaud the intentions for preserving, farmland, by rezoning to AGP opens that door, and I think others have discussed, previous to me as well. Should the petitioner choose to in the future sell their land, or their children decide to sell their land, this AGP designation has opened that door for a Class 2 farming, animal feeding station. So for the sake of time, I won't go into detail the health and community implication of the KFO, as the negative impacts are well studied and documented. And then I just have a couple other points to make. I looked at the aerial map of the proposed area, and I do have a printed out map of here. If you look at in all directions, there is mass concentrated residential area near here. And then, I know I'm almost at time here. The land is intended to be used without negative impacts to the neighbors. In the case of the proposed zone will bring harm to surrounding areas. And then lastly, I guess you guys should not be surprised as far as how much oppositions are coming from the Fort Wayne Southwest community, just because of this map I'm showing right now of all the proximity to homes, schools, and churches of this proposed location. And then, this location is far removed from most of the Columbia City and Whitney County residents, which is probably why we're maybe not seeing as much opposition from the Whitney County residents for this location. And then I guess last piece to add on to that is if we're looking for Ms. Emerick here to have a written commitment of, should this get approved, of no, whether it's Class 1 or Class 2 beyond KFO at this location, and I would ask the commissioner to request a future commitment for future owners as part of the stipulation as well. That is all I have. Thanks again for listening to my concerns.
Thank you. I'm going to interrupt for a moment to hold the commission to see if we need a break at this point in time. Everybody good?
I would chime in too, if we had a break, it would allow people upstairs to move, so that would be another factor if you wanted to take that now or maybe later.
Why don't we take a 10-minute break? Everybody be back. Remember your place in line. I will close the public hearing temporarily so that we can take a 10-minute break. We'll be back. We'll resume at 9:15. All right, I would like to call the meeting back to order and reopen the public hearing. But before we do, again, pay attention to the time limits, please. Also, if somebody has spoken before you and you agree with what they have to say, simply state that and then move on to the other comments that you have to make so we can get through this tonight. Okay, thank you.
Good evening again. My name is David Feker. I live at 15310 Heron Lake Crossing in Fort Wayne, directly across county line within 1 mile of this proposed rezoning. I'm also a landowner in Whitley County, so I have interest here as well. Today I am representing a group of about 200 people who are very concerned about the potential. Today I'm representing a group of about 200 people who are also very concerned along with me, and so I speak for this group as well. Thank you for the opportunity.
Can you state what group it is? Is it an HOA or who are you with?
It's Southwest Allen County. It's a mix of people from Heron Preserve, Tuscany Hills, Johnson's Landing, essentially all of the residential areas you see along the line directly across from us.
Okay, thank you.
You will be happy to hear, though, I'm not here to talk about CAFOs. And so, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to urge you to deny this position. I want to be clear, I'm not talking about CAFOs. I'm here to address the specific rezoning requests, and I have 4 points that I want to discuss with you. Restrictions are not necessary with this because this family has admitted that now they will accept the agricultural restrictions. They do not need AGP zoning because of that. I agree with what has been said about that. I will just echo that now. I will say that if restrictions are placed, I believe that this is just a Trojan horse that can be used later. If somebody else comes along and buys this property, it is already AGP zoned. And if they find that they do not want these restrictions, they will challenge them legally. And I don't think that these are going to be strongly binding with their words stating that they will abide by AG restrictions. If they're willing to abide by that, they should stick with AG restrictions. Number 2 is consistency must stay with your comprehensive plan. The applicants point to their 2024 rezoning approval, which was roughly a mile away per their request in Jefferson Township. That land was designated a rural agricultural area, not a residential corridor. This current request is in a mixed rural area. These are 2 different things. These are 2 different parts of the plan. Consistency should not mean allowing rezoning in inappropriate locations because they have others nearby. It should mean following that 2022 comprehensive plan, which designates this corridor for residential growth and small-scale agriculture. I should also note that per the staff report, no new CFOs should be established in a mixed rural area per that comprehensive plan. I expect that rezoning in AGP will create an argument that this area should no longer be considered mixed rural, which is inconsistent with that comprehensive plan. Spot zoning is very much a concern. In the 2024 approval, some argued that a parcel within a mile of another AGP zoning was enough to dismiss any concerns about spot zoning. Zoning is not about drawing circles on a map. It's about compatible, contiguous land use. Allowing AGP simply because another parcel exists about a mile away undermines the entire framework of zoning. If that logic is applied, virtually any parcel could be rezoned by pointing to something nearby, which unravels the protections zoning is meant to provide. Other options exist to preserve this. This has already been stated again, and I agree with this as well. If they want to protect this land as agriculture, they have other options to do this. Now, I've gone through lots of the records over the last few years, and they have never once attempted to do that. They have every time come and asked to rezone to a production. They have never asked to have a conservatorship. They have never asked for any of these other options. So that makes it very suspect when all of us look at this and we see another request to zone something to production. When there are other options available, if they chose to pursue that option, I would stand here next to them and I would be in agreement with them and I would be here speaking in their favor to have this continue to be agriculture. That is what I want as well. I do not think zoning this to agricultural production is going to accomplish that appropriately. That is against the comprehensive plan. In closing, I would also like to echo a statement by Mr. Wolf. I think it was a different Mr. Wolf than on the current council. During the 2019 failed bid to rezone an area very near this current request. The P in AGP stands for production. It does not stand for protection. This request for AGP zoning is inappropriate for this location. It's unnecessary given that the protections are available in a different way and inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. I respectfully ask the commission to deny these conditions, protect the existing residents and the long-term vision for this community. I would also like to state that I believe that the Emericks really do want to protect the farmland. I'm not as concerned about them as I am about a future buyer who may come along, see that this is some nice AGP zoning, and then do exactly what the Emericks are saying they are not going to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Sam Wilkinson. I'm not as well spoken as the last gentleman by any means. Now just hold with me for a second, okay? I live at 724 South Main Street in Kendallville. Now why is some homeboy from Kendallville coming to talk to us? Bear with me. Alright, I am in line to be a 4th generation farmer. My great-grandparents, who I was lucky to know until I was 18 when they passed away, bought their farm, 120 acres. Okay, it's zoned as AG. Now, as the last gentleman said, it's not for protection, it's for production. Okay, we're AG. We have 120 acres. We don't plan on selling off anytime soon. It's going from one generation to the next, and that's how we're going to protect our farmland. We're not going to sell out to some subdivision. We're not going to sell out 5 acres here, 10 acres there, 3 acres there. No, we're keeping our 120 acres in our family the way it was meant to be, and that's how my family is preserving AG, not coming here and requesting a new rezone. So I ask each and every one of you to please vote no on this rezone and the next one that's coming up as well. I will not bother you twice. Please vote no for both, okay? Like the last gentleman said, there are other ways to protect AG. We don't need to go to AGP rezones. Okay? With that, that is it. I hope you guys have a wonderful night.
Good evening. My name is Doris Sturheimer. You'll have to forgive me. I had to read this. I'm a little bit nervous. I want you to understand I'm not here to complain that I built a house in a rural area and now don't want farming around my place. I grew up on a farm that had pigs, steers, and cows. After my husband and I got married, we raised hogs. The only reason we stopped was because upgrades to the buildings and equipment were required, and the depressed prices in the hog market in the mid-90s, we believed, would not make that a good business decision. So my husband, who has never been anything else but a full-time farmer and has raised hogs since he was in high school, gave up livestock farming and went exclusively to grain farming. We continue today to have nothing against livestock farming, but we cannot abide raising livestock in a confined manner. Our objections revolve both around the animals and the surrounding environment. I forgot to give you my address. I'm sorry. My address is 5621 South 600 East. So my husband and I received notices of this meeting for both plots that are up for rezoning, this one and the next, as we have farms that are adjacent to both plots. The reason my husband is not here is because he believes any objections we make would be pointless. Call me naive, but I still have faith that my voice as a resident of Whitley County matters. I have been here before. I don't remember exactly when the Emericks tried to rezone all of their land to AGP the first time, but at that time the Planning Commission did not recommend the rezoning. What was stated at the meeting was that the area was too residential to warrant the rezoning. Apparently, now the tactic is to break up that request into smaller plots and make us go through this whole process again. It's worked. The Emericks have gotten some of their farmland on South 600 East rezoned to AGP. I don't understand how this rezoning can be a good idea now when the area was too residential back then. What's changed? To my knowledge, none of these residential areas have lost any homes. I would also ask that you look at the intent here. What's been stated is that the Emericks are not looking to build CAFOs. In an interview on TV, when this first was attempted, Mr. Emerick stated he was looking to protect the agricultural nature of the area and preserve farmland. And according to Mrs. Emerick tonight, that is still the same. But his land is already zoned AG. If the intent is not to build CAFOs, the only thing this rezoning does is create the threat of CAFOs for any farms close to theirs.
Ma'am,
So-
could you start to conclude?
Well, I have both, so I think I get 4 minutes, right?
No, it's two.
You could have mine.
Thank you. If the intent is not to build CAFOs, the only thing this rezoning does is create the threat of CAFOs for any farms close to theirs so that the value of the land stays depressed and Emmerick's can buy more land at a depressed price. If they want to preserve their farmland, they can certainly do that. Just don't sell it to any developers. But I don't see where they have the right to make the decision for other people. I learned in government class many, many years ago that my individual rights stopped when I impacted others' rights. And that's what's going on here.
I'm going to cut you off.
I'm sure you are. I had a lot more to say regarding the promises that were made and were not kept by the Emmericks. So you'll forgive me if all of this business about no CAFOs doesn't mean anything to me. All these promises mean nothing to me.
Hi, my name is Danielle Mahler, and I live at 8429 Ashworth Court in Fort Wayne, Indiana. It is approximately 6 miles from the rezoned area that they are proposing. I'm a mother of a daughter with cystic fibrosis. She's 4 years old, and the current median life expectancy for someone with CF is 55 years of age. A rezoning would pave the way for potential for extra particles to come into the air that would damage her lungs, increasing infections and increasing the need to use antibiotics for those infections. That antibiotic use directly correlates to the potential for her to contract an antibiotic-resistant bacteria, which would end her life sooner than the already 55 years that she has been dealt. This is the fear that I live with every single day. I purchased my home 10 years ago before my daughter was even born. But to have the thought that this could potentially come to our home, if the wind blows east, even in the slightest, that impacts her air quality. I have to think about the quality of her water that she drinks. We run the water for an additional 2 minutes before she takes her bath because of the bacteria that's in the water pipes. This is what we live with every day, and I just wanted to put a face to the vulnerable.
Hi, my name is David Ross, and I live at 2320 Soria Way in Fort Wayne, Indiana. And Thor used to be my neighbor. Nice to see you. Thor was always a good neighbor, and I would expect that Whitley County would be a good neighbor to us in Allen County. That they would not change the restrictions on the land where it could potentially have a large animal operation there and spoil the quality of life of the 1,000 to 2,000 houses that sit within 3 or 4 miles away from that operation. We can't take a chance. What I would like to do is I'd like to make a suggestion because I'm trying to be a fixer all the time. I would like to suggest that maybe you draw up restrictive covenants on your property and you say it always has to be farmland. These are non-revocable covenants. It runs with the land. That would get this all solved, and then your legacy preserved. You achieved your goal, and you've gone and you've preserved the farmland. Instead, you're raising people's antennas to possible nefarious purposes and spoiling the quality of life of thousands of people. I would just like to say, this is about risk management. I'm here. My wife had to go home because she works really early in the morning. I'm here to manage risk. I can't afford to lose $100,000 or $150,000 on my property. I can't do it. An economic bomb will go off if their CAFO gets placed over there in years. Our houses have been there for over 30 years. Let that sink in. It's not like we had a farm next to us and we just put houses up and we're complaining because, the farmer's spreading manure. It's not that. It's a different case. We were here first. Yes, it's the Columbus County Lions, but be a good neighbor. I implore you, I'm looking at you as good neighbors.
I love Whitley County. I love going to the 4-H fair. And I just wish you all well, and I wish you make the right decision. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Wei Chen. I live in 118 Chestnut Hills Parkway, Fort Wayne, Indiana. First, I would like to ask the Commission's legal question, if I may. So earlier you have said that the commitment that the petitioner files provides is legally binding. My question is, if the parcel is to change hands, if they were to sell in the future, does this commitment is legally binding or enforceable for the future owner?
Yeah.
Yeah, they would be, because typically those get recorded, so they follow the parcel, so they're recorded, and the next buyer will be on notice.
Thank you. The answer is yes. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
As many of the previous speakers have already spoken, there are many concerns from residents in Whitley County and also in the Allen County. I will not take up more of your time and our good citizens' time tonight to repeat those. I appreciate your service here. However, I do want to raise the question that you are very fully aware that similar petitions on this parcel and similar parcels have been brought up before and have been denied. So my question is why? Why Mrs. Emerick and her family insists on making this zoning change when she faces another denial, when she faces another turn down, and to take up our public servants' time, your time here, and the time of our good citizens. I learned tonight, if the rezoning does happen, we will have very limited ability to stop the AGP zone from developing further into something we may wish not to happen around our houses, down the wind, just across the road from us. I believe, as public servants, your duties include considering today and also the future. I think as you execute that duty, I urge you to consider today's current situation and our future. And I urge you to deny both rezoning petitions. Thank you.
My name is Manveer Khatana. I live on 2990 Bristol Lane, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Can I see the map? Can you tell me what's the parcel which Emerick owns, like both of them? That's going to be the second.
The second one is to the northeast of this one. The one in blue is the one that's
So the closest to county line, right?
The second one is closest to
County line. Okay, can you zoom out, please? More towards Allen County, if you can. And I mean, if you see, there are so many houses down here. I mean, we might not have money as Emerick does, but if you can go further, you'll see there are two schools, a middle school and an elementary school. We have a church which is on Illinois Road, and we presented a letter to. We have people all over from Whitley, Steuben, Adam, who comes to those church. We would have to move that because it's against our religion as well to have a CFO facility. But I mean, the other thing is, there was a gas station proposal, a truck stop, a few minutes ago. They applied for rezoning. If they wouldn't have brought a plan, would you guys have still rezoned it? If you wouldn't have known the lights, where the entrance going to be, all those things. So I think without a primary development plan, there's no need for AGP. If they want to do an AGP, of course they would have some plans. And the way I look at it is, it's not preserving, it's controlling. So they pretty much can control all the residents down there, have one property zoned as AGP, then they will come up with another proposal. Yeah, the next falling property can be zoned AGP because we already have one parcel which is zoned AGP. The last thing is, I think the staff did a really good report, and I'm pretty sure they're qualified enough. So if they have done a report which doesn't recommend it, I don't think the council should recommend it either. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello,
Hello, my name is Patricia Anthony. I live at 15123 Lolosa, right across County Line Road. I heard terms like trust, environmental stewardship. So I'd like to talk about Brian Emerick, who is the president of Micropulse. And I want to cite an Indiana Department of Environmental Management's order from last summer, which states, the respondent failed to submit a permit application prior to construction of multiple units capable of producing regulated emissions in violation of conditions 326-2-5 and 326-2-7. These are the people who are telling you to trust them. They aren't following the environmental regulations of this state. Why should you place their trust in them?
Hello, my name is Sarah Brewer. I live in 46814 Fort Wayne. However, I am a business owner. I operate in Whitley County. And I am here to...
What is your street address?
14917 Brentwood Court. I'm also representing a larger half, or probably closer to 3/4 of my neighborhood, Shadow Ridge. I am here to oppose the request. This is not consistent with Whitley County's comprehensive plan, which identifies this area of Jefferson Township. The county's own planning principles call for preservation of the existing residential character where homes and small subdivisions already exist. In the presentation, you did account for 2 subdivisions, 2 of which are in Whitley County, but you neglected to point out the thousands of houses just east of the county line. Another part of your planning principles call for avoiding land use conflicts between higher density housing and activities that generate significant noise, odor, and traffic. Protecting property values and quality of life for existing residents. These same reasons form the basis of the 2019 Plan Commission's unfavorable recommendation on a similar rezoning request for this property. The underlying facts have not changed. This area still has significant residential density. Utilities and infrastructure remain geared toward residential use. The rezoning would permit uses incompatible with current surroundings. Additionally, approving this request risks setting a precedent for further encroachment of intensive agricultural or processing facilities into residential transition zones, undermining the county's long-term land use vision. That is your own plan. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the Commission to recommend denial of this rezoning request. Also, I wanted to address that the petitioner said that there's absolutely no decrease in value in just changing the zoning. With all due respect, rezoning from AG to AGP does directly impact adjacent property owners, even before a facility is built. Even if the case is not to have a facility there, which I'm not trying to discuss whether it will or will not, just on the fact of the zoning being changed does in fact change the value of adjacent properties. Zoning defines the future uses of the land. By changing it to AGP, this land is no longer simply agricultural. It opens the door to processing facilities that bring odors, noise, heavy truck traffic, and waste management issues. Those are recognized factors that reduce surrounding property desirability, market value, particularly for homes and land that could be developed for residential or recreational use. Appraisers and real estate studies, which I can speak on because I am a licensed real estate agent in Indiana, consistently show that the potential for an industrial use, even if not yet constructed, lowers adjacent property values because buyers and lenders consider the zoning and not just what is physically there today. I don't know how many times I've answered the question, what's going in the field in my backyard? So the zoning has a huge part of that. I would like to say that I am putting my comments to both requests so I don't have to come up here again. Also, I just wanted to make it public. I'm sure everybody in this room understands that the president of this board did recuse himself, although it wasn't addressed publicly to everybody why he got up. He has relatives to the petitioner. We also have the president of Indiana Pork Pack sitting on this board as well. So if you are going to sit here tonight and not take a vote and abstain, then you're not doing your job. You were appointed to make decisions. So if you're here, you should be voting. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kristen Swick. I live at 6175 West, 525 North, Columbia City in Whitley County. I do not understand the need for the rezoning. If the intent is to protect and preserve the farmland that they already own. They already own well over 1,500 acres that they don't have to do anything that they don't want with. If they don't want to sell it, if they don't want to develop it, they don't have to. Rezoning, let's not predict the future. Maybe they will, maybe they won't change to add any sort of CAFO. However, if this gets rezoned to AGP, there is a hold harmless that would be part of that. That hold harmless, if they don't have to predict the future, how are the other homeowners supposed to predict the future for anything that could impact their lives? I've been a Whitley County resident for 40 of my 43 years, and 2 weeks ago we closed on my dream home that we had built, surrounded by 78 acres of agricultural land. I love living around corn and beans and not people. However, if it were changed, if it were rezoned around me, that would not make me happy. Because I built knowing that it was agriculture and what comes with that, but not what could come with that if it were rezoned. I also like to concur with statements made by Mike Fucci, Attorney Ehrman, Doris, and our homeboy from Kendallville.
Hi, my name is Jenny Boyd. I live at 14909 Brentwood Court in Fort Wayne, Indiana. About a quarter mile from both parcels. So, I mean, like literally, my street is up on that map right now. You can't get much closer. I oppose the rezoning for both parcels to AGP. Please record my comments for both. So per the comprehensive plan that you had up there earlier, it is zoned for, or it's set up for mixed rural. Residential development and subdivisions can't happen if AGP is designated, allowing potentially a major operation, even just AGP. AGP makes it harder for residential subdivisions to move in. Again, it doesn't match the primary use and comprehensive plan of the Whitley County Planning Committee. So, you know, my biggest question through all of this research and looking into all of this is, why are they needing to rezone it? Well, Sonya answered some of that tonight, to preserve the farmland, and I think many of us have spoke to that. Again, they don't have to do anything to preserve the land. All they have to do is just hang on to it, put it in a trust. I mean, it's very, very, very easy to hold on to. And, you know, she brought up how, you know, we were losing all this farmland to residences and businesses. Well, I believe they've expanded their own business onto agricultural land. So, and also, where are people going to live? I mean, houses have to be built. We already have a housing crisis. So I understand farmland needs to be protected. But again, there's a reason this is mixed use, because homes need to be built too. I'm not saying they should sell their land to a residential builder. I'm just saying there has to be a balance in all of this. If you allow this to be rezoned to AGP, we, the over 6,000 residents that live east of the county line, won't have a say. This would be the end. And I think so many have spoke tonight as to how that will affect our lives, affect our home values, I've seen everything from 6 to 30% is what the values drop. I don't know many people that can afford to lose that kind of investment on their home. You're looking at over $100,000 for most of the homes in that area with a 30% drop. So again, I oppose this being rezoned to AGP, and I ask you to deny the request.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Brad Wolf. My address is 7740 East 900 South, -92 Roanoke, Indiana. Just a couple miles south of the planned petition here. I'm going to ask the board to give an unfavorable recommendation to the commissioners to rezone this to AGP. These are a couple of the reasons and facts that I was looking at. There was a very similar request a couple years ago put down for these parcels of land that was kind of divided or put together. Just kind of broke them up this time. And actually, I'm the other Mr. Wolf that was on the board who said that. It was an interesting time at part of that, but it was turned down at the time because of the property owners being around there. There's too many houses, too much growth. There's a potential for growth in that area. I don't know how many new housing permits, but I live out there. You see new houses getting put up. There's quite a few new houses getting put up in that area. It's zoned to be, it's mixed rural, and that is not a place that should allow a class 2 CFO. Under the mixed rural CI 2.53, newer expensive CFOs will not is out of character for that area. AGP would give the right for almost the most intrusive CFO you could do, which thankfully Emerick has said they're not going to do that. But another thing to look at too is property taxes and where property taxes go. So our property taxes, 40 to 50% of our property tax goes to schools. And that covers K through 12 schools, covers building debt, capital projects, and transportation. County government gets 15 to 20%. That's the jail, the courts, the health department. The assessor, auditor, recorder, general fund, and operations. And also the townships get 3 to 8% for fire protection, poor relief, and cemetery maintenance. If you dig into that, if you look at the average residential home on about 2 acres, that's going to bring in about $2,600. This current land on 60 acres, I'm just talking about the one parcel, that's actually the second parcel, it's on 60 acres, that's $1,553 an acre. I'm not for an intrusive big subdivision, not a fan of those, but if it did, I took some of the houses in Donatello's village, just took an average of what they pay in taxes. And they're looking at about $1,644 for 0.422 of an acre. So the bottom line is on 60 acres, this is a zone for residential growth. This is where our tax base is coming. We've got a new jail, we got a new school, we need to find a way to pay for it without our taxes going up. So to do that, if you just took 4 average properties around that area with like a 15 acres, they would bring $10,600 in property tax revenue. You take 32 acre lots, that brings $70,000. If you did put a bigger housing addition in there where there's 60 units, that brings $233,000 right to the bottom line of the taxes for Whitley County. The bottom line is there's a right place for AGP, there's a right place for KFOs. Mark's got a great place, got a great family farm out there. It's a great place. And when he did his petition, you had no one speak against you. You're a great neighbor to everybody out there, and everybody loves you. And he did the right thing. But this petition is just not set for AGP zoning. Per the comp plan, this is a future growth area.
Thank you.
You would just hold on one second.
Oh, that's fine.
I believe this gentleman is the last one in line to speak, so I'll just make the motion, mention that if there's anybody upstairs, now's your opportunity to still come down. So,
Thank you, Nathan.
thank you.
My name's Jason Doctor. I live at 6484 South Meridian Road, Columbia City. I guess first and foremost, this petition is to rezone, not anything about confinement barns. If there is a confinement barn in the future, there will be more public hearings at that point. So I guess the argument of that is besides the point. There's pros and cons to changing the zoning of this. One pro being if there was a housing addition go in, they have to look at the drainage that affects the farmers, not just how they're going to get rid of their runoff. As somebody that puts in subdivisions and such, I know a little bit about that. They do look at watersheds and such when they put in, not near as much as if it's zoned this way, and they have to protect it because of that zoning. I guess as far as the thought of everybody's property values going down, it may affect it. That's all hearsay. You don't know. I mean, for one, it's hearsay because you don't know there's a confinement barn going in. For two, if it does go in, yes, it does change it. I think it would actually help the property values of the ag land. 100%, it would 100% improve the value of the farmland around there. And as far as the residential, I put in a whole lot of residential houses, and people built anywhere. So the residential pressure is still going to be there. The benefit of rezoning it, I think, outweighs the benefit of not rezoning it. The benefit of not rezoning it being, I guess we have to go through 2 public hearings if they ever wanted to put in a public or a confinement hog operation or cattle or whatever it may be. Because just because it doesn't get rezoned doesn't mean they couldn't do it in the future. But this hearing is 100% for the rezoning of it, not if they potentially put a hog building in the future. I think that's what people need to remember and stick to that, not get off on, oh, what if? The what ifs is not the issue tonight. It's the rezoning of it. And the rezoning of it has a lot of upsides and downsides, but there's more upsides for the farm community in the area than the downsides of it. What if they put in a confinement hog operation? If they would put in a confinement hog operation, everybody in this room and upstairs can come speak their piece at that point.
And we wrap it up.
We have no more power.
All right.
There's 100%. Hold on. Can I speak?
Your time is up. All right, back to order. Back to order. Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else that would like to speak?
From what I'm being told from the other staff members upstairs, no one else is making their way down, so I don't believe anybody else is in the hallway wishing to speak.
Okay.
So
I will give it one last call.
Is that true that if it's AGP that we don't have any say?
I'm going to close the public hearing at this point in time and allow the petitioner one last opportunity to speak.
Good evening. Whew. I just have a few thoughts as far as rebuttals and answering questions. There's just been a gap of people who understand agriculture, the community, and the processes. Both the state of Indiana and our own local governments have protections that ensure safety and supports food production that we all need. I really feel like a lot of this has been done to vilify a segment of agriculture for the purpose of enraging communities over a zoning request. The zoning request has nothing to do with the implications that have been leveled. It is very unfortunate that it's come to this. As a board, I know you guys know a lot about what's before you and about a lot of the accusations about you and about what we've done in our community. I stand committed to agriculture and to our intentions of what we were doing with our request to rezone our property to AGP. I've answered your whys, and I've answered hopefully I've answered what agriculture means to Whitley County. Our intent was also to reassure the people around us with the commitments and with the scaling back of what's permissible in those areas that would encourage growth of homes and the things that they may or may not like on the AG side. These fields, specifically this one, is surrounded by large fields, large prime agricultural land, land that has been drained, land that has been investments in it to make it prime, to make it the way that agricultural crop production can be. AGP. It doesn't come easy, it doesn't come free, and we feel that this zoning is best matches our properties and what we've done with it going forward. The misinformation against agriculture in general and as a whole is disheartening. I'll close with a comment that, first of all, I appreciate your time and your commitment to our comp plan and to both sides of it. That Whitley County stands for agriculture. Clearly states that. We are an agricultural community. How you vote will send a message to our agricultural community and its farmers, who are the backbone of Whitley County. Is that agriculture, the preservation and the support of our farm ground, a priority or of importance to you? Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Before you leave, does the commission have any questions of the petitioner? Okay, thank you. We closed the public hearing.
Was there a point of order for?
I'm sorry?
There was a statement about somebody being the president of the pork pack.
I'm not familiar with that. Is anybody here?
I'm just asking if there's any other undisclosed conflicts that might affect the validity of whatever vote you might take.
Liz, are you aware of any conflicts?
I'm not aware of any, but that's a determination for each member to make individually, and to recuse themselves if that's appropriate.
And I would ask that of the commission if there are any conflicts that when it comes time for a vote that you would recuse yourself. Okay.
I will state, I am president of the Indiana Pork Association. Seeing as this petition has nothing to do with CFOs at this point, the petition we are voting on has nothing to do with that. I'm not going to recuse myself.
Okay. And that's up to the individual.
I don't see any conflict with that at all. Unless he had an either direct or indirect interest in the property being petitioned, then potentially, but that connection would not.
Okay, fair enough.
I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you. Okay, I will turn this back over to the commission for their favor, discussion, and or a motion.
Make a motion for an unfavorable recommendation to be passed to the commissioners.
There is a motion on the table.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second for an unfavorable recommendation to the county commissioners. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I guess one question I have, which is not, you know, these two parcels, we're going to continue to talk about the next one. That parcel, the next parcel was brought up to be a housing addition and it got turned down. So what do we want this land to be? Are we going to turn everything down?
Well, we're not talking about the future, are we?
Okay.
We've got a
motion in a second.
Right.
We've got discussion before we make a motion.
We have the opportunity.
Get into another subject though.
Sir, that we're running the meeting. We have the opportunity to discuss what has been moved up to this point. So continue.
I'm basing my position purely on the comprehensive plan, the work that we did in 2022 and before. And I understand that in the past it was denied for residential development. That was before my time. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the argument, but I do know that when we went through this lengthy process with the comprehensive plan, we identified this, I think it's a 2 mile by maybe a 6 mile stretch of land that future purpose or future intent is for a mixed residential, mixed rural. I'm missing out on the correct term, but you get the spirit or intent that I'm saying, and I just, you know, I second Thor's motion based on the work that was done in the comprehensive plan, and that I don't believe that the zoning of AGP is appropriate. Is an appropriate characteristic of this section of the county. I will say I have supported previous requests by this petitioner and others to rezone from AG to AGP, and I will support that when it's appropriate, when it's in an appropriate area.
Okay.
And I'll say too, on the basis of my motion, is that the petitioner was heavily involved in the putting together the comprehensive plan, from opinions to subcommittees and information that was provided, and was a driving force, which was very much appreciated in putting that new plan together. And now we have to go by that plan, and this is outside of what that plan is, and the petitioner is aware of that.
Any further discussion among the commission? Okay, roll call vote, please, for an unfavorable recommendation to the county commissioners.
Yes, Madam President. Chad Banks?
Yes.
Dane Drew?
No.
Brent Emerick? Jack Green?
No.
Thor Hodges?
Yes.
Mark Johnson?
No.
Kim Kurtzessler?
Yes.
Joe Wolf?
No.
So we have not achieved a favorable recommendation. Unfavorable.
The motion didn't pass.
The motion didn't pass, yes. So we are at, I guess, the point where we need to have further discussion.
Another motion can be made.
Or another motion can be made.
There are 3 other options.
Or we can approach the commissioners with no recommendation at all.
I would make a motion that we pass it to the commissioners.
With a no.
With a no at this point. Or no, excuse me.
And
with a no on our.
No recommendation from us to the commissioners.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Okay.
Yeah, I think there should be some discussion here. I think that it's our responsibility as a commission to forward an opinion. We're the ones that are tasked with being a subcommittee of the commissioners. If we're going to pass things on a regular basis to the commissioners in this manner, then what's the point of having a plan commission? We should let the commissioners hold the meetings and do the work themselves.
Amen to that.
Any further discussion?
Well, when the solar farms come along, we didn't do our job at that point. We passed it to the commissioners. So I'm saying that we're following the same path.
I'm not saying that we're not, Jack, and I'm not saying that I haven't voted that way before. But I think that we have a certain amount of responsibility to pass forward our.
Well, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. And I was a little irritated at that point that we didn't do our job with the solar farm. But we have, we did it that way, and I see we're kind of stalemated here. Unless we want to continue to discuss it and try to come up with a decision.
I would offer that I believe the difference in the solar farm is that there was no plan set up for rules, regulations, setbacks, all that for solar, for wind power when we went through that. I think this is clear. I think this is clear in the comprehensive plan that most of us that are on the commission worked to put together over a period of years. And again, the petitioner was part of that. A lot of the people that were here in the audience was part of that. And I think there's clear definition that this does not fit in the area that they're petitioning for it to happen in. That's where I see the difference.
I'll disagree with that statement because we have made several special exceptions down in that area for different spot zoning things. One was, I see the gentleman back there that had a reception hall or venue. We've made another one for a specific farm out in that area. So I would disagree with the statement that it doesn't necessarily fit in that area. I'd also like to state that a lot of you were misinformed about what this meeting was about, and instead of informing yourselves or educating yourselves by asking us questions, you just jumped to conclusions and attacked us and sent us all the letters about something that's not even happening. You created a problem that's not here. This is on zoning. This is not on confined feeding operations, and a lot of you don't understand that. Okay.
The rules.
I'm not changing the rules, then I guess I'll make a motion for a favorable recommendation.
There's already a motion on the floor.
There's already a motion on the floor for no recommendation.
And you seconded it.
And we have, was there a second?
I seconded it.
Okay.
I didn't know the motion
Then
was
let's have a roll call vote.
He can withdraw his second if you like to withdraw.
You want to withdraw your second?
Yes. Yeah.
And you're withdrawing your original motion?
Yes. And I will make a favorable motion.
Is there a second?
Jack seconded.
We have a motion.
I have a question for legal. Can we have a second motion of the same nature without a change to it?
What do you mean?
Can we bring a motion forward again that has already been voted down without having any sort of change to it? Can the same motion come up the second time?
Yeah, there's a motion made.
Thank you.
Currently, we have a motion and a second on the table for a favorable recommendation to the county commissioners. Discussion.
do we just need the majority, or do we have to have 5 people as the whole commission to get it?
It has to be
majority of
the people that are here to vote.
Yeah, you have to have a majority.
Yeah.
So that's fine.
Anyone have any other thoughts?
It's majority of the commission as a whole, including those who aren't present, so it'd be 5.
The abstentions don't change the majority number.
So we've got to have
The
5 to
majority
pass
of
anything.
it would be the majority of the quorum. Otherwise, people would not show up on purpose to not get a vote.
The abstention doesn't count like that.
Say that again, Liz.
I don't believe the abstention, that's the way we've always done it, the abstention doesn't count against majority. So you still have to have 5. So you have 1, 2, 3.
We have 8 people here.
So you have to have 5 to pass.
7 voting. John's not voting.
Right.
And we had 4 and 30, so
6, 7, yes.
we're gonna just
So we
send it on to
Okay, we have the motion, a favorable recommendation, and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Mark Johnson?
Aye.
Thor Hodges?
Yes.
Jack Green?
Yes.
Brent Emerick? Dane Drew?
Aye.
Chad Banks?
No.
And Travis Baker. And Kim Kurtzessler.
No.
So wait a minute. Now I'm
Did you call me?
confused. You made the same motion that I did.
No, he made a favorable recommendation.
Oh, sorry. Pardon me. Joe Wolf.
Aye. I'm changing my vote because I misunderstood what we were voting on.
It was to send a favorable recommendation to the county commissioners.
No.
Was the vote. Okay, Thor's.
I think we're down.
Do we need for protocol purposes another roll call vote?
What, do you wanna go through and do the vote?
I certainly can again if you would like, Madam President.
Please. Oh, let's clarify what we're voting for so that everybody completely understands. Jack made a motion. It was Dane that made the
Favorable
motion,
recommendation,
seconded
25
by
West
Jack,
Zone 6.
for a favorable recommendation to the county commissioners.
Yes.
That's correct.
Roll call vote, please.
Yes, ma'am. Chad Banks?
No.
Dane Drew?
Aye.
Brent Emerick? Jack Green?
Aye.
Thor Hodges?
No.
Mark Johnson?
Aye.
Kim Kurtzessler?
No.
Joe Wolf?
Aye.
So our
4 to
vote
3.
count is
4 to 3.
4 to 3. So we still do not have a majority.
Right.
Okay.
So now do we want to just send another recommendation for, no recommendation to the commissioners?
What are
The
our
last
options at
option
this?
that you have.
Or we could table, is it protocol to table the vote at this point in time?
You could either, if someone makes another motion, you can vote on that, you have one more option left that's not been voted on. Or you can, as a commission, vote to continue it until you have everybody here, provided we know everybody's gonna be here at the next meeting. But that would be your other option.
Is, if we continue it, does the public hearing start over?
It's still a public hearing, it still gets
Public
advertised.
comment, I should say.
No, not necessarily. Well, if we're missing a member.
I think tabling, I mean, the commissioners are voting on it anyway, so bringing all these people back for another meeting and sending them to the commissioners meeting after that, you're gonna be going to 2 more meetings, so I would prefer to send it to the commissioners now with no recommendation. So
Are you making a
I will
motion?
make a motion to send 25 West Rezone 6 to the commissioners with no recommendation.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion.
I just think that's gonna save everybody a lot of time, in my opinion, because you're gonna have 1 more meeting to go to and not 2.
Roll call vote, please.
Travis Baker, Chad Banks,
Yes.
Dane Drew,
Aye.
Brent Emerick, Jack Green,
Aye.
Thor Hodges,
No.
Mark Johnson, Kim Kurt Sessler,
No.
Joe Wolf.
Aye.
There's your 5.
5 to 2. Okay, the motion has passed for no recommendation to be provided to the county commissioners.
Will our prior votes be discussed with the rest of the commissioners to say what we did?
Yeah. We can include that.
Yeah, if the commissioners would request that information, we would provide that to them.
Okay.
One reason you have a commissioner on the plan.
And do we know, Chad, at this point in time, when that will appear on the agenda?
No.
Okay. All right, we are approaching 40 minutes until our hard stop. If I know that most of you are going to air the same comments that you had the first time around, if we can get through this quickly, we can go ahead and deal with the last petition. Sir, you're out of order, so let's.
I'm waiting.
Okay. That's fine.
We still have staff report and everything else to go through.
Yep. So at this point in time, let's tackle the last rezoning petition, which is 25W rezone-7. Could we have the staff report, please?
Yes, Madam President, I will be happy to give you the staff report. Now we'll make this fairly short. There are some differences I want to highlight between them, but there are a lot of similarities as well. First difference, rezone 7 is 60 acres, which is under the 80 acres required for class 3 CFO if that was going to be proposed, which again, the commitment submitted by the petitioner applies to both rezonings.
Okay.
Okay.
Why don't we give everybody who wants to leave a couple of minutes to exit so we can give Nathan our full attention.
So recommendations now left up to a 3-member commission? And they'll make a decision on whether to.
The county commissioners will make the final decision.
They would have made the final decision
Yes.
no matter what we had done.
We just make a recommendation to the commissioners. They have the final say.
Or we make no recommendation.
Can I ask you a question? Why do you have a comprehensive plan if you're not gonna follow it?
Let's say that until the public hearing.
I mean, honestly though, that's taxpayer money. How much did you spend to create that plan? What length of time did it take to create it? So if you have all of these people that are appointed to this board that are supposed to follow it, and they blatantly are not, and not doing their job by sending something to
Point of order.
commissioner.
Yeah, point of order. Let's just hold our comments and
Nathan.
allow Nathan to proceed.
Nathan, start over.
Yes.
Okay, so back to our staff report. This one is 60 acres zoned AG agricultural. Currently, it is at the northwest corner of 700 South and 800 East. So this is the one that is along. Thank you. This is along the County Line Road, 800 East. Currently used as an agricultural field. 4 acres is wooded. What is being requested is to rezone it to AGP agricultural production. All of that the same. As I was saying, if a CFO were to be proposed, the requirements of section 5.21 requires 80 acres for any class 3 CFO. So just by the nature of its size, that is off the table. Additionally, I mentioned it before, the requirements of the separations and setbacks yield a net area that a CFO hypothetically could go on this site of only a handful of acres. I'm guessing about 5, maybe 10, once you take into all the different setbacks. So if that were on the table, it would be very difficult to get a
CFO on this particular property. You can see there the surrounding zoning. Also noted, this was subject of the aforementioned residential rezoning request back in 2019, which did receive an unfavorable recommendation. And the Emericks did at the same time, or very close to it, have a similar rezoning for several parcels, not including this one, also in 2019. And as you recall, the fact that we had unfavorable recommendations for both pieces was one of the reasons that we led to the 2022 comprehensive plan and trying to figure out what we wanted to do. So, going on, highlighted in blue is the subject site. Of course, you've got Belsagno, Legacy Preserve, Donatello's Village up there towards the north, and very far up near the bottom of the screen is Westfield Passage. And in Allen County, you have the development in Allen County that's been mentioned before. Also notably, this site does have a legal tile that runs diagonally through it, which you'll see in a closer view. Zoning map, to the southwest, cat-a-corner to the southwest is commercial. We rezoned that not terribly long ago, and you can see that, again, a lot of AG currently exists in the area. On the Allen County side, you're looking at R1, commercial, A1 as well. Slightly closer view, I'll zoom in just a little bit here so you can see that orange line that you can just barely see running from southwest to northeast is that legal drain tile. So this site is, again, in the mixed rural area. I won't belabor any of this. We've largely discussed most of this. AGB versus AGP. Same thing here. Talked about that. Criteria, again, comprehensive plan, very similar to the previous case. Conditions and character of the current uses. Allen County is very similar, although this being on the county line road, this site would be closer to the development in Allen County, but otherwise the surrounding character, you're somewhat closer to the subdivisions to the north, somewhat farther away from the ones to the south, otherwise generally surrounded by currently agricultural fields. Most desirable land use, similar comments to previously, is this request to protect this for agriculture appropriate in terms of longevity, long-term planning, or not. Conservation property values applies pretty much the same as before. Responsible growth and development, this is one that I will highlight as a difference. Unlike the previous one, which is about a mile or so away from the nearest identified public sewer and water, and that's by crow flies, the actual line distance would be longer. This one is far closer. As I mentioned, there was a residential proposal in 2019 that would have used public water and sewer. So they then thought it was feasible to bring water and sewer to the site. So there is some evidence that this could be ripe for development. Obviously, that's not what the current owner wishes to do. That's why they're seeking the AGP's rezoning. But that could factor into the overall picture of whether this is appropriate or not. Public health, safety, welfare, again, are very similar to the previous case as well, with, again, the idea of general welfare and protection of the integrity of both the zoning code and the comprehensive plan and the effectiveness of that. So that is a quick summary of the staff report. Any questions for me?
No? Okay, hearing none, I will ask the petitioner to address the commission.
Thank you. Sonya Emerick, 5865 East State Road 14, Columbia City, Indiana. Since we had the history of the previous request, I'm going to spare you the same speech. a few of my thoughts are in Nathan's staff report that this field, could you bring up the drainage, the county drain on this field that you did refer to, correct? In your staff report?
Yeah.
Yes, and the fact that there's really, with the easements on a county drain, there really is nowhere to even begin to consider a barn, a livestock. So, in addition, as I said earlier, we do invest heavily in crop production by also pattern draining. Also, our neighbor to the north, Kelly's Order, and one of the residential neighbors to the south, both had communications with us, called us and talked to us about the request, and both are in favor of it. Kelly has been sick with surgeries, multiple surgeries and that type of thing. Travis, he's got little kids and he's got a job, so I'm sure he's long gone if he was here. So really, the property is being asked for the same reasons, and the reasons I'm going to go ahead and read them to you one more time. We are requesting a rezone from AG to AGP to help preserve Indiana farmland. Our Department of Agriculture completed a statewide study in 2024 that concluded our state is losing prime farm ground at an alarming rate. The report indicated that Indiana lost approximately 345,682 acres of farmland from 2010 to 2022. Primarily due to residential development around cities and suburban areas. Once we lose this farmland, it isn't coming back. It's gone forever, along with the capacity to grow food for the state, country, and world. This answers why. Why are we asking to rezone? As I'll explain, it isn't to build a new livestock farm or a meat processing or any of the numerous things that were assumed and misled. It is because we want to do our part to protect and preserve productive farm ground. This aligns with the state and local policy. Second, this is not a drastic change. This is a move from one type of ag zoning to another type of ag zoning. It isn't residential to industrial. It is an incremental change from AG to AGP. This is further born out of our willingness to include a commitment not to expand CFO or greenhouse rights. The two AGP land uses that Nathan identified as his concerns, beyond what currently exists in the AG zone. We are willing to commit to those same standards if rezoned. Finally, there is no evidence that simply changing the zoning characterization of a parcel has a negative impact on neighboring property values. I ask you to remember the only request here today to change the zoning district for 2 of our fields. Now we're down to 1. There is no request to build anything. There's no change to the land use. There's simply no evidence that changing from AG to AGP will have a negative impact on our area property values. To base a decision on that would be severely flawed. To the contrary, the staff report concedes that many sections of the comp plan actually support this request. It is glossed over, but the report admits that 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.5, 1.6, and 4.3 of the comp plan support our request. In particular, our comp plan identifies a county-wide goal to protect rural character and prime agricultural land from development that has a suburban or urban character, or that erodes farmers' rights to farm. Comp Plan 1.6 is where that was pulled from. This is our goal, and is one of the reasons we are seeking to rezone our properties from AG to AGP. As I read that, a couple of things came to my mind about what some of the petitioner or some of the speakers brought up. And while they brought up a lot of topics, they didn't bring you any proof, which you guys have all been through before, for land value loss around AGP or even around AG properties. They brought no proof, just their opinions. And those have been presented to you before, clearly. The other thing, and I'll probably need some help from Nathan, and I appreciate your memory, and trust me, we've had a lot of space between the development of the comprehensive plan. I was not on the committee. I did attend meetings as a spectator. I was not on any subcommittees.
You were on one that was dealing with agriculture. Yeah, it was a subcommittee.
All right, so my name's in the book?
I'm not sure.
She's listed as a task force member.
There you go, task force. It's been a while since I remembered what we called those.
Oh my goodness, okay, all right. Thank you, I stand corrected. Thank you, Thor. So, yes, and as I remember our comp plan development, we did work hard, and we did give concessions to both agriculture and to residential. Nobody got everything they wanted. That's why we have setbacks. That's why we have the residential lots and plats that we have. The second thing would be is the reading of it. Chad's comments about it saying one thing, other people saying the other thing. It says both. It says agriculture can get along with residentials. Our comp plan clearly states that development, intense development, should be near city centers, our towns, our cities. And it also has different rules for agriculture in those areas. The jurisdiction reaches out 2 miles into our agriculture community in Whitley County. There's one more thing I wanted to bring up, and it's escaped my mind. Downside of being old. LD here has been here tonight, and LD was right across the road. He's worked for Central Soya. And that's what it is. I feel sorry for everybody who has spent so much time, so much stress over an event that was stirred up. Who stirred it up? Who started it? Who did this? Who did this to our neighboring community? Who brought in CFOs to a meeting where they're not on the table? It's a zoning request. There are no prints. I was wondering, I know you guys have been here for, serving our community for a while. Do any of you understand, that's not in agriculture, and maybe some of you in agriculture, what happens when there is a request for a animal operation. And also, you know, here we are again vilifying animal agriculture.
No, we just don't let it our backyard.
That's not what's even being proposed tonight.
Okay, point of order. Let her finish. Continue.
Thank you.
They don't understand.
They don't understand item. They don't understand process. They don't understand that 300 pages book. There, it doesn't end.
Continue. Okay, point of order, please.
I'm in agriculture and I don't even try to begin to understand the items book. But if we have experts out there, we can hear them. But there are processes in place where they would all be notified. It would come up again, and trust me, we'd be here for a reason. They would be allowed to air their grievances and their opinions and everything else. So that is a statement. True. I just ask that going forward, that you be considerate, you know, and reach out. Out of the letters that came and was reviewed, submitted, there was one from Allen County that was actually in favor of the zoning request. And the others all talked about animal agriculture. Not zoning, but animal agriculture. Thank you for your time. Do you have any questions?
Okay, thank you. I will open the public hearing and would ask if you have something new to offer beyond what you've said before. That's great. We're still going to observe the time limits. Again, state your name and complete address. And
you're gonna put a time limit on when this public comment will end because
yes,
we're in the meeting by 11.
We have a hard stop at 11, so if we can move this. Oh, you know what? Yes, I made a mistake because.
Yeah, we probably need to put a time limit on the public comment so we can make a decision by 11.
Yes, well, we have 2 minutes for each person, so I'm going to say we need to stop at 10 minutes till 11 with the public comment. If we can hurry along.
Took 10 minutes off for
Okay, hang on. Let's not waste any more.
Yeah, please go.
Permission to proceed.
Yes.
Permission granted.
Thank you. Kathy Diamante, 773 Via del Sogno, Bel Sogno Subdivision, and my in-laws built all the other Italian-sounding names you just reeled off. I'm not talking about hogs. I will comment on what Sonya said, and I would ask, as I discussed with Mr. Bockelman, as a point of order, if my comments from the other petition to rezone can be included in the record for this one.
Absolutely.
Ms. Emerick keeps saying that there's no change between AG and the requested AGP, then why is she here? If you didn't need a change, you wouldn't have to come. There is a change, and the change is that the AGP designation opens up a whole can of worms for how the property goes forward. Obviously, we are not as stupid as previously described. We understand that for the next hearing, for any hogs, pigs, pick an animal, we would all be back here. There are things in place that would protect both sides, but what we're discussing right now is the rezoning, and the rezoning from AG to AGP has gone against the plan. I'm tired and I'm hungry. The comprehensive plan, excuse me for not being able to find the word, as you discussed, and it goes against what is actually necessary to accomplish what the petitioner wants. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next, please.
Yeah, I just have one comment to add. You take out the livestock.
Your name and address, please. Your name and
My
address?
name is Lyndon Williams, and I'm at 2131 West County Line Road.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just across the street from a square. And if you take the animal production part of it out, half of this part, the people in this room would disappear in a hurry. I think that's part of it that doesn't belong near a metropolitan area. You can see the housing developments all around. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
All right, David Ross, 2320 Surreal Way, Fort Wayne, Indiana. The first thing I want to say is perception is reality. Now, I don't need to come here and give you proof that property values in a subdivision will decrease if the zoning's changed. It will. Perception is reality. That's a psychological factor in sales, right? Number two, I wanted to bring my daughter here, and it's going way too late, so she couldn't be here. And I wanted her to see the process, the discussion, the debate, and it seemed, I gotta say, I'm kind of disappointed because I love a good debate, right? And I wanted to see everyone say, why did you vote this way? Oh, you did that? Oh, why did you do that? Why do you think that? And have discussion back and forth. Instead, he kind of phoned it in. I was so disappointed. And then last, I just want to say, I mean, I usually don't come up here and speak like this, but I wanted to listen to hear the ideas. And the biggest idea that I heard brought up was from Thor about the master plan. We've done it. We put all this time and effort into it, and now we're just kind of taking piecemeal. And it's kind of going against it. You might, I'm not sure, Chad, you might have said something about it too. And it just resounds with me. It just makes me think, you're government, right? You're here to get the job done. And you had the job done. And now you're kind of chipping away at your own work. You've taken something that could have been a masterpiece, and now you're like chipping away little pieces at it. And you're destroying it. And I'm kind of leaving here disappointed. I know I don't live in this county. I live in the affected zone, but horribly disappointed. I hope when you do the next vote, there's a little bit of discussion. Discuss among yourselves. Exchange ideas. You're very wise. You're very educated people. You're very experienced people. Look at the years of experience on this panel. Use it, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I'm back like a bad penny. Doris Sturheimer, 5621 South 600 East, Columbia City. Just a refresher, we have land that abuts both of these areas that are asked to be rezoned. The bottom line is to do AGP on this particular plot of land does indeed go against the comprehensive plan. When you make this AGP, you open it up to more intense farming. I've been a farm girl. My husband has done nothing but farm my whole life. I have nothing against farming, but there's a place for the kind of farming that we're talking about here. If there really is nothing between AG and AGP, if there really is no difference, what in heaven's name are we trying to accomplish? I don't get it. You're sitting here, you're listening to us, you're wasting 4 hours of time to say yes to something that has already been stated won't change a thing, except drive down property values, including the two farms that we have. You can say what you want. Putting AGP next to it, you're not doing me any favors. You're not worrying about what you're doing to other people. You're not doing any favors to me. And the one last point is, as it came up last time when this rezoning tried to happen, Mr. Emerick sold 4 lots off of his farm behind where he built the Microplus facility. Apparently, preserving farmland was not a priority for him then. Now it's a big priority. So at that time, he was also trying to get his land rezoned for Micropulse, and he told the new homeowners that they didn't need to oppose the rezoning. It was going to be a small shop, and if he had to expand down the line, he would go to an industrial park. It's expanded several times with no move to any industrial park. So And the rationale at that point, Mr. Emerick said, was things change. Well, okay, so things change. So is it gonna change that we're gonna be looking at CAFO applications at some point? Could very well. The bottom line is, I just don't understand what the rationale is for voting yes and for even asking for AGP. I don't understand the rationale.
Thank you.
Warm greetings to each of the members here. It says, I'm going to add something new. Honor to who honors due, and respect to who respect is due. So I appreciate all you guys working here. I think you guys are all volunteers, and I would just ask you guys to do this.
Your name and address.
Oh,
please.
Andy Drummond, 5050 East 800 South.
Thank you.
And we're not all volunteers. A lot of us are elected to be on this board.
Okay. Well, you guys are still government, and I just want to say this. I know leaders are judged more harshly. I would ask you guys to apply the same standard you did with the gentleman that's, I heard the Crossroads Inn is closing down. And there's some challenges with that. But if they came here and said, we'd like to rezone that for a restaurant, that wouldn't make any sense. I'd like you guys to apply the same standard. Like, I've been kind of convicted about how patriotic I am, but I was very blessed to say the Pledge of Allegiance with you guys all, right? For all, liberty and justice for all. So I'd ask you guys to apply that same standard. The motives of a man's heart are a deep well, but one of understanding draws them out. So I'd ask you guys to examine it and apply the same standard to both people, right? You know, when something crosses the line to somebody else's property line, you know, one of the things that was brought up in that truck stop was the lights. If they shine in or they smelled across the line, these things do cross property lines. So I'd ask you guys to look at that for everybody. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Bob Ehrman with Howler Colvin, 444 East Main Street, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Again, representing Davis Land, Brian Bauer, Waterfield, JP Manalo, John DeBruceman. Probably going to surprise you that your shortest presentation is going to be from a lawyer, but I just want to make sure that my comments from the previous rezoning are incorporated. I do have something changed. I've represented a lot of zoning boards for a lot of zoning meetings. What I would recommend is I do believe that it should receive an unfavorable recommendation. Although I believe that it should move on from this evening, an unfavorable recommendation should be made to the commissioners. They're the ones who make the decision, and that is what the public process is. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one more. One more.
All right, thank you. My name is Jeff Brademeyer, reside at 1930 Eggert Cove, 46814. While I don't fully understand all the legal jargon that's going into this decision, I do take into consideration the future use of this farmlands could be. My home sits 0.64 miles away as the crow flies from this property. While I'm not a direct neighbor, I'm definitely close enough to feel the effects. People can discuss financial impacts, but I want to discuss biological effects. During the farming season, my children, my wife, and I can feel effects of early season spraying, crop dusters, and dropping their chemicals. But here's the thing. I highly doubt that this would be an easy pass if this were further into the county, near major housing developments such as Cambridge Crossing, Chesapeake Landing, Lincoln Point, etc. What about if this was going near some of your homes? And I'm not sure if this really is or not. So why is it any different with Harrison Lakes, Jonathan's Landing, Bridgewater, Heron Preserve, Walnut Crossing, Hamilton Meadows, just to name a few? What about the senior housing communities in the corner of County Line and State Road 14, which are less than a mile away? Or consider students at Covington Woodside schools, which are 1.5 miles away. Those are locations of potential compromised immune systems that could suffer severely from this decision. Whitley County, I ask you to be a good neighbor to your neighbors across the line in Allen County. Honestly, if you can change the zoning to prevent subdivision use or whatever your underlying goal is, but somehow I want it to be included, as we've said, and asked this petitioner, that these properties cannot become CAFOs. I don't want to see this to be a manipulative legal way to slyly sneak these inhumane facilities near my home. I would hope that that should the applicants apply, and we've been finding out that there's ways that there's going to be additional hearings, that the commissioners board would be unanimous in not approving those permits. So thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you. I will now close the public hearing, offer the opportunity for a rebuttal if we could keep it as brief as possible so we have time for discussion.
AGP is in our our zoning because we as a community put it there as a usable zone. Did we put any other zones in there that we don't expect people to use? The health, again, I feel like he's talking about the reason why we need right to farm, why we have right to farm, and why we can seek out enhanced right to farm. Micropulse, and the comments from Doris are disheartening. It's not on the table. It's not what we're here for. But if anybody would like explanations about her accusations, I would be glad to share them. For starters, she's quoting somebody who's not here, which is hearsay. And the other thing is, the business started in our garage as a home occupation. From there, it went into a building, which was permissible under AG. AG has a lot of permissible uses. From there, as we grew and we ran out of those spaces in those locations of what we could do with the county, we began to look at an industrial park. We did. And the people from Whitley County government came to us and said, we don't have anywhere for you to go. And we were looking in surrounding counties. And they said, we want you to stay. And they were the ones who initiated changes so we could. As far as why we sold off those 3 lots all those years ago, it broke our hearts, but that's the only way we could afford to buy the farm ground behind those lots. And that's why. That has been and continues to be a regret, because we do, and going forward, we support preserving large pieces of agricultural land. And those 3 lots, we will never get back. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, public hearing has been closed. I will turn it back to the commission for their favor, discussion and or a motion.
Make a motion to commissioners with an unfavorable recommendation.
An unfavorable recommendation. We have a motion for an unfavorable recommendation and a second. Discussion.
I think this one's a little bit different because it is close to the housing addition. I just have different feelings on this one, so I think maybe we can come to an agreement on this one.
I think we can. I agree with you.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Travis Baker, Chad Banks.
Yes.
Dane Drew.
Aye.
Brent Emerick, Jack Green.
Aye.
Thor Hodges.
Yes.
Mark Johnson.
No.
Joe Wolf.
No.
Kimber Chesley.
Yes. Okay. What's our count?
5-2.
5-2. Motion passes for an unfavorable recommendation to the county commissioners. We had one more agenda item, but I would prefer that we continue it.
We're not going to handle that tonight.
You're telling me that?
Well, I will also say I'm not prepared to discuss this.
Okay. Very good. Meeting adjourned. Thank you all for your involvement.